What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, June 27th, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, plenty of Texas football conversation. We've got the latest in recruiting. We've got more sound from Steve Sarkisian's recent interview with the Third and Longhorn podcast, plus a fun hypothetical posed by our social media team that I want to dive into today. We've got some good news for Texas baseball as the Longhorns have added a couple of more transfer portal players. We've got more conference realignment coming to college football. We will put a bow on the NBA draft. We have the latest from Justin Tucker's situation in the NFL. And, Phil Steele with the goof of all goofs. And we got a pretty fun story as well. A lot to get into in the world of sports and beyond. We're having some fun on a fun Football Friday edition of Bucky and BK. Not only is this a Friday show, this is the last show that Bucky Godbolt will do as a 69-year-old. Happy early birthday, my man. How are you this morning?
Feeling good, man. Ready to roll into 70 on Sunday. I mean, really? 70? 70 is the new 50. I wish it was the new 40, really. But it's not. It just is what it is. Just thank goodness I can hopefully be around for 70. A couple more days. I'm kind of looking forward to hitting the 70 mark because I said you don't really start getting old until you hit 80. When you hit 80, you're an old man. Now you're not just hanging on for dear life. You're really enjoying every breath you take after 80, I believe. My parents died in their late 80s, but 70 still, that doesn't seem old. You know, okay. Body-wise, yeah, I got some wear and tear, but still got a little memory thing going on. You know, I can remember some things and not forget everything. And it's always the short-term memory. Where the hell did you just put your keys that you just put down 15 minutes ago? Seriously, dude. But I think everybody goes through that. I don't even think you have to hit 70 for that. I think you do that. Like, where did I just leave my keys? I just put them down, a few seconds ago. I should know where they are, but you're looking all over the place, and there they are right in front of you. So, but miracles happen, like the miracle of my clicker. You remember the miracle that happened. So things still happen, but I'm excited about being 70.
The miracle of your keys showing up exactly where you left them 2 days later. Yes.
No, it's not how that works.
That's how it always works. What do you mean that's not how it works? You think the keys magically move from one place to another just so you can find them?
Just one of the many miracles God has in store for us. And they're not always the big ones. It's just, I'm still buying that as a miracle, So I'm not coming off of that. That's not going to be one of those, 10 years from now, I'm just going to say, no, you're just an old dude. You left him in the same place. No, I'm never coming off of that.
The miracle is you couldn't remember to look there sooner. You waited that long to look in that spot. That's the miracle.
Looked in that spot numerous times. Not a spot in that car I didn't look in. I looked in the hubcaps. I did it all. So just a miracle. It's all right. Miracles happen.
Yeah, I'm a believer in miracles. I think there's a chance your wife is still messing with you. Like she found them somewhere else and she wanted you to feel like an idiot. So she put the keys right in your cup holder.
No, it was a clicker. It was a clicker to the gate. It wasn't the keys. Keys I really. Keys I always
there. All right. Oh, I don't know. I still don't buy that. But you're going with the bit that you're not old until you turn 80.
Yeah. Okay. We're doing this bit 10 years from now. That's a different deal. Now you're working with an old man. Right now you're just working with a 70-year-old. Not old, but getting all my physical things taken care of, trying to look after myself, want to make sure that everything is in working order. I generally ask Doc Trey, but I asked you about my temperature the other day. Why is that? You seem to think something's going on. That's just not normal. I think they should have checked me again, but I will do it today.
You told me before the show that you had a 101 degree temperature the other day.
Yes, when I went to the doctor, yes.
And the doc's like, "Are you okay?" And you're like, "Yep, I'm fine. Nothing to see here."
Hey, and I'll never have the flu, and it's not the beginning of anything. And
I'll never have.
Yeah.
I'll never have the flu.
I said, I generally, once again, I run kind of hot, me to be at 99, 99.8 or something like that. But I generally never stay at like 98, where normal people 98, 97. I'm generally closer to 100. But 101 the other morning, I felt fine. I'm still fine from it.
Yeah, 101 is a little hot, and maybe that's possible. Maybe you can technically have a fever, but not have any symptoms that come along with the fever. But
I know one thing: that's not good for a guy who's trying to gain weight. That means something's burning up.
Something's burning up, and that usually means you sweat once you start breaking the fever.
Yeah,
so
but I haven't had. It's just old. It's just some old things.
I said you weren't old. How can you be getting old stuff?
Things, like I had that surgery to get the hyperparathyroid out. Maybe that thing's acting up. I don't know about. You got to take one of these pills every day, but guess who doesn't take it every day? Guess who will forget a day or, have it in your pocket after a round of golf and still not take it? I mean, things like that maybe can go up and down, but I'll go see. I'm going to go get that checked out, because if you're trying to gain weight, it just seems like if the engine's running hot, it seems like you're not going to get to where you want to be. So, and I had some rehab work yesterday, so I felt good about some things I need to do so that I'm not falling on my face. It's all good. Moving up to the tee box, yes, next week. Yes, indeed.
Are you gonna try to play around of golf today or tomorrow just to have one more on the long tees?
No, dude, I did that the other day at Barton Creek. I'm moving up next Tuesday. I will be up there, but still, once again, not going to the red tees. I'm not going. I'll go behind it, but I'm not going up. If that's the next tee up from the whites, I'm not. I can't do it to myself. I'm not having anybody take pictures of me at the ladies' tee box.
Man,
I can't. I can't do it. I don't know why I can't do it. I'm such a girl anyway. I don't understand. Why don't you just go up there and play from there, girly?
I feel like you're allowed to, right? Especially you talk about moving up a tee box. On some of the holes, you're already at that second closest tee box. So if you're moving up, that means you're moving up to the ladies' tees.
Yes.
That's been your rule. You keep talking about moving up a tee box when you turn 70. If you're following your own rule, and it sounds like a rule that your boys are cool with, then you'll be playing from the ladies' tees.
I tell you what about that temperature thing that's been off. I've been totally off about rain. It rained like a mother out here yesterday.
Terrible. 3 days this week, Buck.
I know.
I've never seen you this off. Now I am nervous you're getting old because you're losing your touch.
It was a torrential downpour out here in Dripping Springs for about 40 minutes, almost an hour yesterday afternoon. So I'm going to say it's not going to rain around here today.
Okay.
It can't. BK, it rains so hard here. I'm thinking, how can you be this off 3 straight days? It's not like a little drizzle here yesterday. It was coming down. It's so humid out and moist from yesterday's rain. Did you get rain? And did you get rain down there again?
Mm-hmm.
Heavy rain?
Mm-hmm.
I should just call for rain just in case it rains Monday. I should call for it now. No, it's not going to rain today.
Okay. All we need is the weekend. You can wait till Monday for Monday's prediction, but can you let us know what's going to happen over the next 3 days?
No rain.
No rain this weekend, huh?
Sunshine.
All right. We'll take it.
But it's like Florida here now. It's like if you're in Miami or, Dade County, Jacksonville, it's like in the afternoons, it rains and then it stops and it's so hot after it rains. But yesterday it was like, it didn't go away in a half hour. It was still raining, 20 minutes after that. It was coming down here.
Are you telling me we're about to have more Florida man and Florida woman stories here in Texas? That's coming our way?
Oh, yeah.
It's a scary thought. All right. I want to hear.
We needed that rain, though.
Yeah. You are old. If you're saying stuff like that, that means you're old. That's the classic old man line. Oh, we need this rain.
We need a couple freezes to kill the mosquitoes.
Yep, that too. That's another old man saying that you've added to your repertoire.
I'm good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much. You do a great job. We do appreciate it. We appreciate your family sharing you with all of us, and do be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. I'm curious about your birthday weekend plans, Buck. I don't know if you want to share them now or if you want to wait till later in the show, but what's cooking on your birthday weekend?
Oh, nothing. I'm not doing anything special. I think my daughter's going to come by with my grandkids to say happy birthday, drop something off, and then get out of my way. It's one of those get off my lawn kind of deals. So it's I don't I, this birthday is I'm not going any place special to eat or anything. It's just spend some time with my wife. Hey, I don't have many days after that. I got to do what I can.
Oh, you just said you're not old until you turn 80. Now you're talking about your days being numbered.
Hey, anything can happen.
Anything can
I
happen.
don't
You're
know.
right.
I don't know what the plan is. I don't know when my ticket gets punched. So I'm going to treat them just like I treat them all. Just have fun every day.
Well
Do
said.
something good for somebody and have the best time of your life each and every day.
Yeah, the birthday wish is coming in on the YouTube and Facebook chat lines. Appreciate everyone tuned in this morning and appreciate you sending the Buck your well wishes. But that's great advice because you never know, right? Today could be my last day on this earth.
That's
Today could be
right.
any of my last days on this earth. So make the most of every day and every opportunity that you have. That's never a bad piece of advice. All
Somebody
right.
has a question mark on Fort Hood. Yes, it's renamed. They're saying you're old. No,
It's back.
It's back. Some people haven't got the message yet.
No, I mean, that changed, 2 weeks ago? It went back
Just
from Fort
yeah.
Cavazos to Fort Hood. So, yeah, it was Fort Hood, then Fort Cavazos. Now it's back to Fort Hood. And, politics. I don't know how any of that stuff works. But
Hey, I called it Fort Hood before I called it Fort Cavazos anyway. So
you know what, Buck? I'm going to give you a little birthday gift here early in the show. All right. We usually save our more fun stories towards the very end. But since we have a few of them to get into today,
okay.
we can start with one right off the bat. We have an excuse to show one of your favorite videos that we've ever shown on TSU.
All right.
You know what? Before we even get to the story, let's just show the video so you know kind of what we're talking about here.
Okay.
Remember this one?
Yeah, that lady's now a prison guard.
Our old friends at the Houston area Jack in the Box.
Yep, she reaches under her folds of her belly.
Yep, we're a disagreement between a couple of Jack in the Box workers and the driver of a car in the drive-thru that led to the slightly overweight Jack in the Box employee pulling out a piece and firing it at the car.
Don't worry about the kids in the back seat.
No, we're not worried about them at all. You see fries and napkins and drinks getting thrown back and forth between the window of the car and the window of the drive-thru. And then, like you say, Bucks, where'd she get that gun?
Underneath the folds of her belly.
He's fat.
Underneath the folds of her belly. And then she starts firing away. And, of course, the other employee is, terrified. She's, I don't want any part of this. I'm going to walk away from this.
Wow.
So,
man.
We played that a time or 2,000 on our show.
A time or 2,000, yes.
And you're wondering, okay, what's the excuse to play it again? Well,
hey, people have disagreements. Things like this happen.
Yeah, look, people have disagreements all the time, but it shouldn't ever resort to that. And it does. It does all the time.
Don't throw fries at people.
Yeah, I don't know if in the court of law, if you throw fries at somebody, you're allowed to shoot at them. Or I should say, if someone throws fries at you, I don't know if that's considered self-defense to where you're able to pull out your 9 and start firing away.
I mean,
I don't know.
Dude, she's just firing. I mean, that thing could have 6 kids in the back seat.
I think there were kids in the back seat, at least one kid in the back seat.
Good Lord.
Which, then you question the parent. It's like, hey, Dad, maybe you shouldn't be setting this kind of example for your kid, just throwing fries and yelling back and forth at a drive-thru worker because they accidentally screwed up your order. Give me a break.
Yeah, but I don't expect Louisa to have a freaking 9 underneath her belly folds either.
Oh, we're going with Louisa. Yeah, now I have to worry about any time I see a great big fat person that they could be holding a piece under one of those rolls,
Oh, my goodness. She reaches in there and out comes the piece.
I wonder where that actually was. Was that in her waistband? Was that in the cash register? Where was that?
Good Lord. That other lady's and I don't know if you've been near the sound of a gun, like one of those little guns like that. Those things are so loud. Everybody in that restaurant heard it. I mean, that lady probably popped her eardrums. She's not expecting that girl to do that. I mean, that's nuts.
Who knows? Yeah, that was during COVID times. You can kind of see both of them wearing masks. So I don't know how crowded the actual Jack in the Box was, and it was pretty late at night. But anyways, I mean, this was a story that went viral, not only on this show, but I mean, when it happened, it went viral years ago.
Did we find out that lady get fired?
I believe that lady got fired. Yes.
Or is she a manager now?
You think she got promoted because of this showing?
She may be the night manager.
That's you think now she's training new employees to
This is what you do if you encounter an idiot throwing fries back at you.
If anybody says you got their order wrong, here's where we got the guns here.
All right, what's the deal? What's the deal with it?
Well, we go to New Jersey for this story.
Oh no.
Where an 18-year-old Popeyes employee. Oh, yeah, Buck. Popeye is always known for having the best employees. Reportedly shot a gun at a car and hit the driver in the head.
Oh, get out of here.
Driver's still alive, thankfully. But 18-year-old Christian Ruiz was the name of the Popeyes employee. He was a cashier and a line cook at a Popeyes in the New Jersey area. His lawyers say that he was acting in self-defense. The story goes, he was ambushed in the Popeyes parking lot by a group of 6 people that he had some sort of previous beef with. I don't know if you're allowed to say that when talking about a chicken place, but he had some beef with some guys in a non-work-related event, and 6 guys came and ambushed him in the parking lot and started beating him up. As the crew made their getaway in the car, he grabbed the gun and shot at the car and once again hit the driver in the dome.
Was he officially I mean, he was on the premises of work, but was he officially on the clock? That's what I want to know.
He was officially on the clock. Yep.
Oh, you can't shoot a guy if you're on the clock. Sorry.
I don't know if you could shoot a guy when you're off the clock.
Hey, if it's on your own time, that's your own business. Now it becomes Popeye's business. If you punched in and you get out there because of a beef you have with somebody, you got the official Popeyes outfit on, that's a problem.
Is it any better that it happened in the parking lot instead of in the store?
Still on their property. No, you can't. And plus you're clocked in. Dude, you can't do that while you're at work. You can't wear the uni. I bet you had the uniform and the little Popeyes hat. Can't do that.
Well, what if he was acting in self-defense, right? And if his story is true and he was getting his ass kicked and he was worried that something bad was going to happen to him if he didn't defend himself, then is he allowed to do that?
No, you got to rely on the company. You got to rely on the higher-ups at Popeyes to protect you. Sorry.
You think that's going to happen?
Probably not. That's why you're working at Popeyes, fool.
That's why you're working at Popeye. I feel like in the Popeyes employee handbook, it is recommended that you shoot at people if they start fighting you. And you see some of the Popeyes employees, like you've been there enough to know the kind of people who generally work at that establishment.
I don't know. It looks a little different, the Popeyes out here at Belterra, than maybe the Popeyes on the east. The look is a little bit different out the Popeyes here.
Oh, man. Look, I'm a huge Popeyes fan. I don't want this to come across as I'm anti-Popeyes. That's one of my favorite restaurants and one of my family's favorite restaurants too. So
I just like I said, once you're on the clock, yeah, it should be the other way around. You're protecting the Popeyes name. You know what I'm saying? And yourself if you got
maybe that was it. This guy's like, these people are making a mockery of me while I'm working at Popeyes. I got to defend Popeye himself.
Yeah, I may be wrong on that. I may have taken this totally the wrong direction. The guy's defending Popeyes. He's on the clock. He's protecting the company and himself, it looks like. Maybe I'm wrong.
His finger licking good.
I just don't know if you can go get a piece. And now if you're carrying it like that lady who has it in her folds, that's different. But I don't know if you can then if you're being ganged up on, they let you loose, and then you go to your car and you start shooting and you hit a dude in the head.
In the head. Yeah, that's an impressive shot too. Hitting the driver in the head. I mean, hitting anybody while they're speeding away in a moving car, that's pretty good. But to pop the driver in the dome, Too
Did they
shabby.
crash? Did they head off to the hospital? What's the story? Did they crash in the parking lot?
No, they did take the driver of the car to the hospital to get treated for the head wounds. But again, it sounds like he's fine and he's going to live. It feels like everybody else involved in this story is okay. The employee got arrested. Again, 18-year-old Christian Ruiz is the Popeyes employee who fired the gun, but he has since been released from jail. Now, this thing's got to play out in the court of law, but the judge was like, you know what? We think there's enough legs to his lawyer's story that at least in the meantime, we're going to let him be a free man, and then we'll figure this all out.
Self-defense by the Popeyes.
It is a good question, though, that you ask. Like, is it still – I don't know the rules. Maybe we have a lawyer tuned in this morning who can help us with this. Like, it sounds like the beating up was already done and the guys were leaving. So was this dude still protecting himself? Can he still claim self-defense if he wasn't getting attacked anymore? I don't know.
I mean, how bad did he get his ass whipped? That's the thing. Like, if you're there lying there bleeding and you're thinking they're coming back for more, that may be different. But if it's just your basic ass whooping and you've got some busted up body parts and you can move along and get back into the Popeyes and get me my fries and my 6-piece, I mean, I don't think you can go back and start shooting at people.
6-piece at Popeyes. That's a strong order right there.
Yeah, you know me. I'd only eat 2 anyway.
You're right. All right. Yeah, most people go with the 2 or the 3-piece, but this guy going 6-piece. Hey, if I worked at Popeyes, I'd be getting some 6-pieces, man. I'd probably be 100 pounds heavier than I am right now.
My God.
That's being around all that chicken. Oh my God, love that stuff.
It all depends on what the self-defense is. If it's like I said, if the ass whipping is over with and you've taken your basic ass whipping from 6 guys and nothing is, you're not bleeding to death. They just punch you in the face a few times and you got maybe a busted jaw or whatever. I don't know if you can go get a gun and just start shooting people in the head. But
you know what?
Once again, I'm wearing my Popeyes gear. I'm protecting the sanctity of Popeyes on Popeyes property. I'm going with he's getting off.
Well, you think he got off because of this incident?
He's getting off of the deal. I don't know, but the shots to the head, somebody's trying to get something. Somebody's going to get some hospital bills there. Popeyes may have to pay the hospital bill.
What great point by our guy Patrick here. I'm going to text my guy Ryan Hurricane Hecht.
There you go. Get to the Hecht and ask him what's up.
I'm sending him a link to the story, and I'm like, hey, who do you think wins this case? We'll see if he responds by the time we get off the air at 9:00 this morning. But yeah, we do have an attorney on retainer here on TSU. Maybe he break this thing down for us. But yeah, I don't know. But Ruiz's, by the way, last detail for this story from this New York Post article that I was reading. Ruiz's fellow Popeyes employees were shocked to hear of the explosive incident, telling lawyers that the 18-year-old was a model employee who never missed a shift. And hey, they also said he still has a job waiting for him when this case gets settled.
Yeah. 62 years from now, he'll be coming back to Popeyes looking for his gig.
After he served 62 in jail?
Nah, you can get away with shooting somebody in the head and be out in less than 62. So
yeah, he didn't kill anybody, so that's gonna make whatever charges come down, you would think.
I got more. I understand him more than the lady in the Jack in the Crack. You know what I'm saying?
This one.
That's right there. That's not enough. That shouldn't be able to piss you off enough that you can pull a gun on somebody right there.
Yeah.
When you're halfway closing the window, and then in your mind, something happens in the last 5 seconds that you decide to pull out your gun. Like I said, there could be kids in that car, and she's shooting. I mean, just you can't do that one right there.
No. I don't think if someone throws fries at the drive-through window that you're working at, you're allowed to claim self-defense there. And she did get arrested. That was the detail of that story. Like, I don't know if she's still in jail. I would guess she's not because she didn't hit anybody. But she lost her court case.
Yeah, that dude may lose his too, but he did get whipped up on, and maybe thought they were coming back for more. So. But you just can't start shooting. You can't shoot at. I mean, a good ass whooping, we all deserve every once in a while. But I know 6-on-1 doesn't sound good.
No, No. Look, the fried chicken's good. It's not worth killing somebody over.
No, it's not.
They
No.
do have other fried chicken establishments that you could go to if you're unhappy with your Popeye service.
Don't bring your beef to somebody's place of business either. Guy needs to protecting the sanctity of Popeyes. I'm going to give him a hoorah for doing that, you know?
It's foul play, if you will. We keep bringing up the word beef. We'll make it chicken. We'll go foul play for this one here, Buck.
That's an all time. The lady in the drive-thru is all time. She's right there with your girl on the plane that came on wearing a condom. That's the greatest of all.
That's your girl. You're a bigger fan of Condom Lady than I am, no?
She's disgusting. She should have taken an elbow that day.
Yeah, and what body part?
There's a lot available to you.
She should have taken a honk from somebody.
Oh, beep beep.
Yeah,
beep beep.
Yep, and that it should have been me doing.
There you go.
Thank you, Roadrunner. Appreciate that.
Can you imagine if you would have beeped her, she would have went by. If you'd have beeped her on her ass cheek, she would have flipped.
My response would have been, well, you're Instagram famous. I wanted to get a piece of that.
She would have said, what was she had called you? What was it? What is she? No good, you bum.
She would have said more than bum, I think.
Yeah.
Someone tried to cop a feel as she was walking by.
Oh, yeah.
She probably would have turned around and threw hands in that spot.
There's going to be a lot of good, peaceful things that happen during the course of my weekend birthday. All good things. On Monday when we come back, BK, nothing but peace and love. You're going to be telling stories of peace on Monday.
I like that. Manifest it. That's good. Hopefully
Yeah.
a good, peaceful weekend for everybody out there. You've earned that, making it to 70. You absolutely deserve that for your birthday.
There'll be peace. I'm not going to say there's going to be peace on earth, but there'll be some peaceful areas here on Monday.
Are you putting in the call for peace in the Middle East this
No,
weekend?
I call for that every day, but that ain't going to happen anytime soon in my lifetime. But I'll call for peace somewhere this weekend, and we'll hear about a good story coming up on Monday.
How about peace at Popeyes at Ben White?
Yes.
Can we at least have that? Now I want to go get me a sandwich after the show is done.
Now you're getting hungry?
Oh, man. Yeah, I'm usually not this hungry at 7:28, but the stomach just growled. So all this food talk has me feeling it this morning. So maybe we got to shift gears here. All right, we will get to some Texas football conversation. Unfortunately, the 4-star running back from the state of Alabama committed to Alabama. So we'll talk about that and what that means for Texas football. We also have a little more sound from Steve Sarkisian's recent sit-down with the boys from 3rd and Longhorn. Before we dive into some sports conversation, though, Buck, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and, of course, non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and more. Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Folks, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. So if it's time for that ankle surgery or that knee replacement, go to Texas Orthopedics, or for more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Check this out, Buck.
Oh, yeah. Orange. Is that an orange cream?
Orange cream.
Nice.
I don't know if I've ever had this flavor of OLIPOP before.
They're bringing in, is that a new flavor coming in, or is that one of the 18?
It's one of the 19.
One of the 19? Maybe that's
Yeah.
number 19.
I don't know. I haven't seen this one before. Like, maybe I've just missed it at the store, but I was at Target last night.
You're spending a lot of time at Target. Maybe you need to go ahead and go over to Walmart and feel good about yourself.
I've been feeling pretty good about myself, so I haven't needed to go to Walmart, you know?
Okay.
Once I'm down on my luck, I'll go to Walmart and just people watch and internally make fun of how shitty most of those people are in there. And it's like, hey, my life might not be that great, but it's better than yours, guy.
Oh, my God.
At least I'm fully clothed in this Walmart today. At least I'm not a fat woman showing my midriff walking around.
And flip-flops?
At least I'm not faking being old and handicapped and sitting in a wheelchair with a couple of dogs. I should have taken a picture of this.
What?
I would say I saw the woman probably in her late 40s in one of those motorized wheelchair carts with 2 dogs, one on each side. She was holding as she's scooting through the aisles of Walmart. This was 2 or 3 weeks ago. And she also, every time she needed an item, she got out of the cart and was able to walk to pick it up just fine.
Nothing wrong. She could have made it through the whole.
Being lazy. Yeah, literally being lazy and wanted to cause a scene, and with her 2 dogs that she was rolling around with in the store. So what are we doing here, man?
I was very excited about my trip to Target when I was in Pennsylvania, because when I go to Pennsylvania, I go to one of my wonderful hotels. I always had to go get 2 towels. The first thing I do is when I get from the airport, I go to get 2 towels at Target. And I'll tell you, there are more people in scooters scooting around that thing. And I'm like, you people can walk. You people need to walk, by the way.
Yeah, they do. They do. They don't want to.
This coming from the guy who got in a wheelchair at the airport, you know?
I was about to say that, but because it's your birthday, I was like,
no. That was, just before my birthday. I'm the first time sitting in a wheelchair twice at the airport. Now it seems to be like that's got to be my natural deal now. Yeah. Or a suitcase that scoots across. I'm getting one of those.
The little like Hot Wheels or Cars suitcase.
I would do that. I like that.
Kids are having fun. I just took a sip of this. I've never had this flavor of OLIPOP. And y'all know I'm a big fan of the cream.
Of course.
I drink the cream soda flavor all the time. That is my favorite flavor of OLIPOP. So when I saw the orange cream flavor, I was like, you know what? I got to try this. And this does have a little creamsicle, dreamsicle taste to it. Buck.
There you go.
Very good. Love this. And the beauty of OLIPOP, all this stuff is actually good for me. And it's good for you as well. Unlike other sodas that you've been drinking in the past, OLIPOP has ingredients that support good digestive health. Not only is this stuff not bad for you, regular soda is bad for you. This stuff is not only not bad, it's actually good for you. There are ingredients in here that help support your gut health. So every time you drink OLIPOP, number 1, you're supporting your taste buds because this stuff tastes fantastic. But number 2, you're supporting your gut as well. They found a way to make something healthy actually taste good. I drink OLIPOP all the time. Y'all see it all the time, and you should too. Pick it up at Target, Walmart, H-E-B, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you buy your groceries. And a quick shout out to our friends at centextickets.com. Hey, plenty of events happening this weekend. It is Central Texas after all. There's always something going on. So whatever you want to attend, sporting events, concerts, comedy shows, Broadway shows, festivals, you name it, you can get tickets online at centextickets.com. And don't forget to use the promo code CENTEX10 when you check out, and you're going to get 10% off of your ticket purchase. Just like that. All you have to do is type in CENTEX10 at checkout. You are going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase at centextickets.com. And we do have a text from Hurricane Hecht, of course, in classic business promoting fashion. He's like, you should have just told that guy to call Hurricane Hecht instead of shooting the gun at people. That's what he should have done. After he got his ass beat in the Popeyes parking lot, he should have just called me instead. And he says, you're not supposed to use deadly force if the threat is basically going away.
Yes.
So he's like, it's hard to know without all of the facts, and there's no video, but you're not technically supposed to use deadly force if the threat is going away. So there's your legal text opinion.
In other words, so if somebody comes to my house and is messing around and they run out of my house and they're getting ready to jump the fence and I got my 22, I need to let them go ahead and jump the fence? Oh, no, I'm hitting them before they get out of the property.
Yeah, I think if he's on your property, I think that's different, right? Like this Popeyes employee doesn't own the Popeyes. It's not his place. So
if I blast this dude and he falls on the other side of the fence, bring him back, drag him back over.
Yeah, I would do that. Just turn off all the maybe shoot at your cameras first to make sure that there's no footage of you doing that. But maybe that's
get him back on the property. Okay.
Yeah, I like that. I like that strategy right there. All right, Buck, a little Texas football conversation here on a Football Friday edition of the show. The 4-star running back, Xavier Crowell, we talked about him yesterday. He announced his commitment decision last night, And unfortunately, he committed to the University of Alabama. No surprise. He's from Alabama. Yeah, he grew up an Alabama fan. He's got family ties to the university. And after he committed, he told a local TV station in Jackson, Alabama, quote, "Alabama was the dream. Ever since I was a kid, it was my dream to go to Alabama. Roll Tide," end quote.
Yeah, he was never coming here. He was always going to Alabama, so that's
Texas
okay.
tried. They got a visit. It sounds like Texas was the runner-up in this recruitment. If that means anything to anybody, probably doesn't.
No.
But, yeah, and that's tough. Tough to go into a football state like that and poach a kid who grew up a fan of the flagship university.
Yeah, like I said yesterday, Alabama's had some pretty good running backs that have moved on from there.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Absolutely. And the hope was like, oh, it's not Nick Saban. You know, before yesterday, Buck, I can't remember if I mentioned this on the show, so sorry for repeating if I am. Before Xavier Crowell committed to Alabama, of the top 18 players in the state of Alabama in the class of 2026, only one of them was committed to the University of Alabama.
Wow.
How crazy is that? So it's like, you know, Kalen DeBoer had been recruiting pretty well. Like Alabama's class ranks pretty high, but he was not having the in-state success. Nick Saban wasn't losing any good player from Alabama. Like as soon as that guy offered somebody in the state, they were basically committing that day.
Sure.
And Kalen DeBoer, you know, after a 9-3 disappointing by Alabama standards year one, it's like he hasn't quite built that stranglehold or gotten that stranglehold on the Yellowhammer State. So,
well, he better get that. That's one thing he better get done, because if he's got a couple of 9-3s in him, you know, 10-2s, that's going to be a problem there. And if it becomes a problem in recruiting, they'll be done.
It's almost like, look, I don't know. Our guy Mike is tuned in this morning. Mike's a big Alabama fan, so maybe he can let us know. But I wonder, like, we'll start with the playoff first. How many years does Kalen DeBoer have to make the playoff before he gets canned?
This year.
You're saying if Bama misses it this year, he's done?
I think he's done. If they miss it this year with the way it is, and the SEC and the homerism that's going to come out of this conference, you got to be kidding me. If he doesn't make it, he's done after this year. They're not. This is not a 3-year deal. You know, the old 5-year contract. He's not even getting 3. I don't believe.
Look, if they go 7-5 this year, I agree with you.
Yeah,
he won't get a third year. If they go 9-3 again and they just miss it, then I would say he's got one more year. But you know, it's not announced, but we know the playoff is expanding starting next year.
Sure.
If he misses it in 2026 when it's 14 or 16 teams, then yeah, that'll be sayonara.
It wouldn't matter if they're 8-4, he'll make it.
So how many years does he have to like win a national championship?
I think as long as he stays in these playoffs, I think he'll get that 5-year run of, hey, you've been in the playoffs. You know, there things are going to happen. You know, I think he's got the length of his the 5-year kind of contract then, if he's in the playoffs.
So he's got 5 years to win a championship, and that's it?
I think so.
Man. I mean, that's like Sark's going into year 5 at Texas. We all want him to win a national championship, obviously, but I don't think the guy's getting canned if he loses in the semifinal again.
No, he's not. And if he doesn't win if Sark doesn't win a national championship in 5 years, he's going to be talked about, but he's not going anywhere if they keep going getting into championship play.
Right. Yeah, I just
if he wins the conference, you win the conference, that dude's going to be here for a while.
Sure. Well, Steve Sarkisian's following Tom Herman, not the GOAT, Nick Saban. So it just goes to show you, like, the pressure that's on Alabama and the pressure that's on Kalen DeBoer right now. Like, that's just a different situation that these two coaches are in, to where
the guy at A&M, he's got 2 more years if he doesn't get to the playoffs. If he doesn't get in the playoffs, and not next year, but the year after that, he's going to be gone too.
That's interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think after next year, if A&M had made the playoffs, and then they go to the next year when there's more teams and they don't make it, they're going to be looking too.
Yeah, I would guess. I mean, it's A&M fans. They always have pretty ridiculous expectations. They don't have the history that Alabama or Texas have, to where it's like, oh, well, here's why we expect to be this good. We've been this good in the past, so we think we should be this good again right now. So I don't know. I mean, they were willing to pay Jimbo Fisher $76 million to leave. So I know Mike Elko's buyout isn't that big. You do wonder, what type of years does he have to have in the coming years to get a second contract out there?
Yeah, these 8-4s, 9-3s have to get you into the playoff if you're in the SEC, and he's got to get there in 2 years. If he doesn't get there in 2 years this year and the following year, see ya.
A&M, like Texas, has a pretty favorable SEC schedule this year. Of course, it's the same schedule for both teams. It's just flip-flopped locations of where you're playing your conference opponents. But, A&M, look, if they beat Texas, they would have been in the SEC title game last year. So
ifs and nuts, and that's never happening.
Of course. But like that leads you to believe like maybe they could be in that spot this year. Now, I wouldn't pick them to come into Austin and beat Texas to make that game. But like they, year one Mike Elko to be a win away from a conference title game when you've never played in that game. I think it was okay. Now, there were things that Aggie fans don't like with their 2024 season, but
they're not going to let it happen for 3 years that they don't get to it, especially when it expands.
I feel like A&M is happier with its 8-4 year one with Mike Elko than Alabama is with their 9-3 year one of Kalen DeBoer. That's just more of a testament to where the programs are and what the expectations are.
Yeah, more so than that. Even that 8-4 Aggie did, down deep. And it's just not on the surface yet. They're not really happy with that.
Well, they want better. Look, there's no reason A&M should be as much of a joke as they are. Like, they've got all the money and all the resources that Texas has. And, they're also in the SEC. Everybody wants to play in the SEC.
And they've been in the SEC for quite a while.
Like, it's just, that's why they're the butt of everybody's joke. It's like they can't figure it out. Feels like any other university, if they had all of the things going for them that A&M has,
sure,
they would have won a championship. Forget like make it to a conference title game. They haven't been to a conference championship since 1998. Thank you for the reminder, CB. They would have won a national championship or two at this point. But because it's A&M, they just can't get out of their own way, and they end up going 8-4 every year. It's crazy.
Yeah, the more the thing gets expanded and the more NIL is involved in there, the less patient people at these universities are going to be. They're just not going to be patient because the fans aren't going to be patient because the travel that they're having to do now and the expenses of going to games just during the regular season are getting kind of crazy. So you better be in the damn playoff. We need you in the playoffs.
Oh man, donor fatigue is a real thing. There's a term for that. Like literally the big money donors. Look, just the casual season ticket holder who, barely donates at all is tired of spending money for a team that loses, right? But you think
then to follow that team,
Yeah, because A&M, like these schools aren't going to stop asking for money.
No. Oh no.
If A&M takes a step back this year, they go 6-6. They're
not
going to be
more money.
Yeah, it's like, well, you want us to be good. We got to get better players. So we need more of your money. And these donors are like, well, what the hell am I getting for my money? Like, yeah, I've got money. I could give it to you, but I didn't get rich by investing in stupid stuff. I would like to invest in something that's going to give me at least a little return.
That's true.
So it's like, yeah, at some point people get tired of spending their money if the results aren't coming.
No, Sark has built such goodwill and has turned the fate of the program around with guys getting drafted and moving on. And, the goodwill that's gone on through him over the last 2 seasons is incredible.
Yeah, for sure. But at some point, with success comes expectations. So people if Texas doesn't make it to the college football playoff semifinal this year, people will be disappointed. People will be disappointed if they make it there and lose.
Yeah, absolutely.
If they come up short of that, it's like, well, that's a step back. You're going in the wrong direction. So
yeah, they'll be disappointed, but they'll understand that dude's not going anywhere. That you've now got the right guy. It's just a matter of when that's going to happen. I believe it's just a matter of time that happens because all the things that are happening with that guy as your leader has been very, very positive. It's just the national championship win. You've gotten very close to where you need to go. Just keep on plugging the same way you're doing, keep getting those classes, keep doing the things the right way, and it'll happen for you. The ones that are struggling, the Auburns of the world, dude, those people there are just, they think they should be in it every year. And to me, they're like nowhere close.
You know how people who play golf will track their scores a lot to see what their handicap is? This story's kind of blown up over these last few days. I heard Patrick and Matt talking about it on Open Gym a couple of days ago. Apparently, like Hugh Freeze has been, tracking his golf scores on some app that everybody can see, right?
Oh.
Like you enter this database, and this is how like people can check that you are being legit with your handicap, right? You can't say you're a 15 handicap when you're shooting 74s every time you hit the course. So this is like, hey, this is a popular thing that people do, where they track their scores on these databases that are public domain. And apparently in the first 24 days of this month, Hugh Freeze had tracked 11 rounds of golf on that.
And you know what? And it's probably on his time, and it's probably his time off, but that people don't care about that being your time off. They think you should be working at that time.
People wouldn't care if Auburn had a great recruiting class right now, but Auburn's recruiting class ranks 47th in the country.
No, that's not good enough for you to go play golf.
If you're Kirby Smart and you've got like a top 3 class right now and you're playing a bunch of golf, hey, you won national championships, you're recruiting studs again, like do what you want. You're golfing for 4 hours a day, but clearly the other, 20 hours you're getting stuff done. So we're fine. But Hugh Freeze, he's not winning games in the fall, and he's not recruiting right now when he's supposed to be.
And he's putting his scores on an app that everybody can see.
Putting his scores on this app that, everyone can see. So it's like, dude, I mean, use your head a little bit. That's why I think he's the next Jimbo Fisher, just playing to get fired, basically.
And his name comes up, and every time there's a job, his name would come up, and he'll get a job somewhere else. He just will. It may not be at a place like that, and he'll get a job.
I think this will be. I think. Look, he's not going to get a Jimbo buyout because he doesn't have the Jimbo contract. No. But to me, it's like, man, once you get fired by an SEC school, you don't have to work again. Some of these guys might. Like, hell, Dan Mullen just took a job at UNLV.
Right.
But, like, you don't have to work again. At that point, you're just working because you like coaching.
Yes.
But you're going to be set from a financial standpoint for a long, long time.
Yeah, you can go in the booth, you can go do podcasting, you can go do a lot of things that supplement some of a little bit of salary, and then the rest of it you got in interest anyway.
Right. Yeah. If you're smart with your money, you don't even need to do that stuff. You're just you're living for fun. Like I haven't heard about Jimbo Fisher in a long time. I don't know what that guy's doing. I assume he's on some ranch somewhere, or he's fishing somewhere, just drinking beers every day.
He's not looking up anything to do with football.
No, and he shouldn't. I give him credit for that. He conned A&M out of $76 million. And
no, that dude is not doing anything but waking up, having some fun, and going back to sleep.
That's the dream right there. That is the dream. So back to this recruiting story. You did mention the importance of bringing in good classes. Look, Texas didn't get a Xavier Crowell. They tried, but to no avail. As of this moment, Buck, there are 0 uncommitted running backs in the class of 2026 that have been offered by Texas. They swung and missed on their top 3, 4, 5 targets, at least as of right now. So now you wonder what they do. They'll figure it out. They always do. Look, last year at this time, they had 0 defensive linemen committed in the class. They ended up getting 3 guys, 2 4-stars and a 5-star. So we're still in June. There's still, 5+ months before pen hits paper. There's plenty of time for the staff to figure some things out in regards to running back recruiting. But as it stands right now, not only do they have 0 commits at that position, they have 0 offers out there at that position.
They're going to wait. They're probably going to wait. They've probably got some national guys that still may be there, but they also are going to wait for the running backs in the state of Texas as they begin their season and see how they do along the way. And there'll be at least 2 of those that they will offer in this state that are maybe 5-star, but incredible, have an incredible year that'll say, I'm coming to Texas. You offer me, I'm coming.
Yeah. Yeah. There are there are a couple of flip candidates. There are a couple of guys who are committed elsewhere that do have Texas offers that
Sure.
Maybe now Texas prioritizes them a little bit more because they missed out on KJ Edwards and EJ Crowell. They're two top guys. There's a guy, Javian Osborne, who is at Forney High School towards the Metroplex. Like, he's currently committed to Notre Dame. A lot of these guys were like really interested in Texas early on, and then Tashard Choice left, and that just flipped everything up on its head. So I've seen a lot of Chad Scott hate over these last few days as these other targets have committed elsewhere. And that's like, it's an impossible situation for him to walk into.
Sure.
Like, you're replacing a really good coach who was a great relationship guy in recruiting in the middle of a cycle. Like, I trust that Sark got the hire right, because he's gotten pretty much every assistant hire right. But it's like, at this time last year when Kenny Baker had 0 defensive linemen committed, it's like, why do we hire this guy? He's not doing anything right. I think we all feel like Kenny Baker was a pretty good hire at this point, right? So it's a tough situation for Chad Scott, but yeah, he's having to like repair those relationships left by a previous coach.
Yeah, they'll develop. There'll be a number of guys who will develop in their senior year in high school in this state, and you don't have to run off to another state. There'll be at least 2 of them that'll come to Texas. They'll say, "You offer me, I'm coming. I don't care about. I'm having a really good year. I don't care who else is offering me. They're just coming into the picture. If you say you want me at Texas, I'll come." Sure. There'll be at least 2 of those guys.
There's a few like flip candidates that Texas has offered, but there's a bunch of those guys out there. Like,
sure.
our guy Jordan Scruggs put together a good list over at horns247.com. And I mean, there's like 5 or 6. There's a kid who's committed to Vandy from the state of Texas that doesn't have a Texas offer. There's a kid who's committed to SMU, plays his high school ball at Lake Highlands up in the Metroplex, doesn't have a Texas offer. There's a kid at Atascocita down in the Humble area near Houston.
Sure.
He's committed to Arizona State, doesn't have a Texas offer. There's a kid at Georgia, Jet Walker, plays at Georgetown High.
Yep.
West Virginia commit, who committed when Chad Scott was the running back coach there. Like, he doesn't have a Texas offer. Those guys are all 3 or 4 stars that don't currently possess a Texas offer. But you would think, like, in-state kids, you get a chance to play at the flagship school in the state, you would maybe decommit from where you're at right now to come play at Texas.
Yeah, plus, as I said, they start developing their senior year. Some of them aren't to that point in their junior year where you offer them. You don't offer everybody at that position because there's so many of them in this state. But now, as the season goes on, they get to about game 2 or 3, you start coming after them like they were your number 1 choice from the get-go. Yeah. And then those kids will go, hell yeah, I want to go to Texas. All you got to do is offer me.
They'll figure it out. They always do.
I'm a 3-star. I'm a 4-star. You didn't offer me early, but guess what? I'm coming. All you got to do is offer me.
All you got to do is offer me. And again, don't sleep on the 3 stars. Your leading rusher from last season was a 3-star. He was like the 27th or 28th.
I don't care if 2 stars. It's just if they're good enough. Hey, if they're good enough, they're old enough.
I don't know if that applies here. It sounds like you just wanted to reference your best friend P. Diddy there. How's your court case coming? When are you getting summoned?
No, Diddy is. They're probably not going to get him on racketeering and some of the things they want to get that dude on. But they're going to get him on a bunch of sexual abuse stuff where he just physically was just what a bad guy that guy is. But the racketeering, some of that stuff, they may not get him on.
You feel good about yourself though? Like when your phone rings, you don't have that like split second scare where, oh my God, this might be me getting called in.
No, I saw Diddy. They had one of the guys, one of the exotic dancers who was showing up at the hotel for one of his goofy freak off deals where it was just Diddy and his girl, and Diddy was hanging in the corner in the shadows watching his girl with this guy. And the guy's nickname was the Punisher.
Oh, no.
No, but he got that from basketball, playing basketball as a kid. He got that on the hoops court. That's what he told you. That's what he said.
Oh, does that make it any better?
No.
The nickname of the person, the origin of the nickname of the rapist, I don't know, is going to change things in the court of law. I'm not sure. That might be another question for Hurricane Hecht we could ask.
Oh, this deal was kind of consensual between Diddy's girl and this dude, and Diddy just kind of watched. But, dude, it's like this guy is the freak of all. I'm not going to say he's the freak of all freaks, but he's pretty freaky.
And watching people watch porn. People watch other people that they don't know have sex with other people that they don't know. But man, watching your girl get banged by some other
The
dude,
Punisher.
the Punisher, someone who calls himself the Punisher. I mean, what's the appeal on that?
That's too weird. That's just a freak.
He probably had 50 girlfriends, I guess. So it's
I
don't
think she was his only girl. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I don't care that much about this one. I got 49 more in the stash that I can.
I just, hey, just be happy with all the money you have fun. But you don't have to be a freak.
Don't do that.
You
You could be a freak. You're allowed to be a freak. There's nothing against being a freak. Just don't break the law.
Yeah.
Don't assault and don't rape. You could have some freaky tendencies. We all do, but you can't.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do, Buck.
Yes, we do. And I'm at 70. I'm hoping to gather some more freakiness about me.
I was gonna get the Howard Dean room for that for you.
I need to get a little freaky at 70.
I like that. Hey, shout out to one of my parents. How about this little birthday gift? Nice $70 super chat for you.
Nice. Is that from your mom?
That's from, I think that's my mom. For some reason, YouTube, like instead of showing the people's names in our audience, they're showing just their YouTube handle. So I feel like that's my mom.
Thank you.
My dad's probably like, what? Why are you doing that? Bucky doesn't need that money. So I would think it is my mom who's
Your mom understands that I need a ice cream cake.
Oh, is that what you want? I'm trying to come up with something for you. You're always like,
I haven't gone downstairs to tell my wife that Sunday you think I can have an ice cream cake because you know what the answer would be? No, you had ice cream already last week, and the church people know you had ice cream. So no, you're not having that.
You got caught by, who was it? The pastor who got you?
No, the lady that sings, the lady with the voice that's not that great at the church, but she still sings. She still sings anyway. And bless her soul, that's fine. I even start singing now. The words are up on the side. I started to sing now just to kind of help out.
Good.
But they were there. They saw me, and as I was trying to slide by them because I knew those faces, Mike, is that you? I'm like, huh? Who are you? Oh yeah. And then I gave them that. Hey, please don't tell Joyce that you saw me here at Amy's. And then I came home and I told on myself. She goes, they saw you there in the middle of the day? I'm like, yeah, they're there in the middle of the day having ice cream too. You're not going to yell at them.
Yeah, why can't I be there if they're there?
Hey, I'm 70. I should be able to eat what I want for the week, right?
Yeah, you should. And you shouldn't have ratted yourself out like that.
I don't know why I ratted myself. I always rat myself out with the ice cream thing because my wife doesn't think there's any excuse for me eating ice cream. I like ice cream.
What do you mean? The excuse is that it's good. Everybody likes ice cream, don't they?
I guess.
People who are lactose intolerant, they like ice cream.
I am that, and I like it.
Yeah, of course. It's delicious.
I don't get it. You only get to live so long. Just the little pleasures. I'm not pulling out my piece in Popeye's parking lot at guys, As a matter of fact, I went to Popeyes. I've been to Popeyes once in my life.
That's it?
Yeah, I'm not. You know me. I don't mess around with chicken and screw up my fingers. I can get my nails done today anyway.
Are you actually getting your nails done today?
Yeah, I think my family was a little freaked out when I got back home, and they had chicken there, of course, for me last week. And guess who didn't have it on their hands?
Was it fried chicken or was it grilled chicken?
It was fried.
And you were forking and knifing it at the family function?
They didn't even notice me doing it.
I noticed you doing it. And that's hurts.
A bad bit, isn't it?
Bad bit right there. You can wash your hands, man. Come on.
That stuff gets underneath my nails. Can't have it.
Yeah, so does the.
I don't know what's. Hey, I don't know what's in the batter at Popeyes or Raising Cane's. What the hell could be in that batter?
Probably
look what happened to Shaq. Look how big he got.
From eating
that cane, Raising Cane's.
Oh yeah, that was what got Shaq big. Is the Raising Cane's.
Yeah, eating all that Raising Cane's.
I think Shaq was that big before Cane's was invented. I don't know if you could blame him. Now, I'm sure they've helped him keep the weight on, but I don't know. They might put crack in those batters.
That's
man.
right.
It's addicting. It's good stuff. I'm a crackhead, I guess, if that's what eating fast food, fried chicken, and tails, because that's my favorite food in the world. All right, well, let me ask you this before we do some sponsor shout-outs and get to our next few stories that we've got planned for the people. Does your wife like me enough to where she won't get mad at me if I show up to your place on Sunday with an ice cream cake? Like, that's my gift to you. Hey, happy birthday, Buck. I know you want this. You can't get it for yourself, but, like, I could get it for you. Am I off the hook? Or are you off the hook? Or when I show up, does that cake get thrown straight in the garbage, and does your wife now hate me until the end of time?
She won't hate you till the end of time, but she's not going to be happy with you if you
Not
showed
gonna be
up with
happy
her. Even though she will not. She will not. She will know that I had something to do, because I will have something to do with it. And now if you showed up with a bag of broccoli, she's going to say, "What a nice! You went to the farmer's market on Saturday and got that? Are you going to go to the farmer's market and get me some tomatoes?"
I don't like you that much. I ain't going to no damn farmer's market. I'm not spending my Saturday morning. I only get one of those a week. I ain't spending that at the farmer's market.
You know, I was at the farmer's market last week, BK. No, not last week. I was out of town. But the last time I was in town, I went to the farmer's market again. And I went with my shorts, and I didn't have sand. I had sneakers on with no socks. It was good. Lots of dudes there hanging out.
Yeah, they were getting dragged around by their wives, I'm sure, or girlfriends. You were the only straight guy there by himself.
I like farmers markets, man. This is local produce. It's good for you.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure it's good for you, and hey, you're supporting the community. That's great. If they wanted to bring those products to my place, guess what? I'd consume them. I'm not like anti eating good quality food. I'm just anti going to the damn farmer's market.
Yeah, people have their little dogs there. You know, that's kind of annoying when people roll up with their dog on a rope, you know.
It is dog pecker fly season.
Oh yeah. Forgot about that with the humidity. Dog pecker flies. This will be in abundance today now.
You're always, for some reason, looking at Dogs Johnsons to see if there are little flies flying around them.
You just know that they're there, and especially when they come to your wonderful restaurant, that you allow them to come and eat there.
Yeah.
And they're laying under the table. Oh, gross.
That is gross that you're looking. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, there's certain things that are definitely not kosher, and I never thought dogs and it mostly is when I came to Austin. People love their dogs so much that the restaurants allow the dogs to be in there. They have these little bowls out there for the dog. I'm like, I don't want my dog. This is where I want to eat. I want to eat with people. I don't want somebody's chihuahua sitting underneath there with dog pecker flies all around it while I'm having my quesadillas. You know what I mean? It just doesn't. It's not. You want to eat with your dog, go on a camping trip and take your dog out to the woods and have them eat by the campfire.
Well, don't come up to Austin then. Stay in the burbs, because it feels like every place in Austin proper at this point is dog friendly. They've got patios where dogs are just posted up all the time now. So
yeah, that's no. I don't go to those places to eat. I'll go somewhere else. You know, I like Lost Pines because it's kid friendly. But if you're a restaurant and if 6 people come with 6 dogs and they're allowed to just sit by and I got to sit out there too, no.
You're getting
dogs greet each other in a funny way, the way they do that greeting, you know?
You don't do that to other people?
No, I don't generally go sniffing rears. Generally, I don't. I mean, there's occasions, but
what if it's a nice rear? You know, you don't want to get up there real close, see what's going on.
It all depends. But they greet each and every one of them like that. They don't bypass any. You know what I mean?
If Kim Kardashian is just walking up your street, you're not gonna get a little sniff over there, P. Diddy?
Depends on how fast she's moving.
If I could catch up to her in time. Yeah. That's gross. Oh man. All right. We'll take your thoughts. We're having some fun. It's a Friday show. We'll call it a birthday show since the Bucks birthday is on Sunday. And of course,
here's somebody saying, keep your dogs at home. Keep them off my planes and out of my restaurants.
You're getting a few people who agree with you, man. So that's look, they don't bother me as much as they bother you. Now I don't have a dog. And I feel like if I did, I wouldn't be bringing him or her around that much out in public. It's like, I'll walk the dog, but I'm going to go do my own thing when I'm out in public because I don't want to be dealing with the dog while I'm there. But that's in Austin. It's very popular these days. People are bringing dogs.
I see a lot of that at Lowe's and Home Depot.
Oh yeah, they're at the department stores, at the grocery stores. They're like, you're a bad person.
I've never seen one at a department store. You know me. I'm a Marshall's guy. Because of the long lines and the people that go to Marshall's. I've never seen a dog in Marshall's.
Well, that's a rack store. I don't know if they allow them at the rack stores.
They just allow racks at the rack store.
That's why you go.
Oh no, I like the sales.
You like the sales. That's why you're sitting in the corner near the checkout line with the newspaper with a few holes poked in it.
I've never seen a dog. I'll say this: I've never seen a dog. Anybody come into Marshall's with a dog? Those ladies are shopping. They don't have time to be dragging a dog along. It's hard enough for them to drag the kids with them.
You're right. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen one. I think you go to Marshall's more than I do, but I don't think I've ever seen a dog at a Marshall's or even TJ Maxx or a Ross Dress for Less or any of those.
Those ladies are not dragging their dogs to shopping.
They're on a mission. All right.
Yes.
They're here to shop and nothing else.
Absolutely.
I was at the White People Mall the other day, and I saw a few dogs walking around there.
Seriously?
That was my phone battery crapped out, so I had to go get a new phone or a new phone battery, and just walking around a little bit. A few dogs on a leash, at least. But it's like, what are we doing?
Every time I do that, I see my wife. I say, "How about if I bring this big ass mutt of mine into somebody's, this filthy, dirty outdoor dog and set them where people are eating? What would they think then?"
That would be hilarious. I'd come up and pet Louie, and then
oh God, I wouldn't come. Oh my God, that dog would jump up on the table where your food is.
Yeah, and then I'd be like, "Oh shit!" Yeah, after he jumped and started humping me, I'd be like, "Well, I made a mistake. Should have stayed away from me."
God.
All right, we'll get back into the sports. Good day for Texas baseball. Some bad recruiting news for Texas football that we talked about as E.J. Crowell commits to Alabama, but we got a couple of good bits of Texas baseball news.
But you understand that kid, Texas not getting that running back, though, right?
Yeah, no, it sucks. But what are you going to do? A guy grows up in that state, a fan of that team. He's got family members who went to that school. It would have been a pretty shocking upset if E.J. Crowell came to Texas. The only reason that recruitment felt so big, Buck, is, again, he was like the last guy that Texas had offered. And he's the only running back that came to Texas on a visit this summer. So that's like that was sort of your last hope. Again, you can reset your board and reshuffle the deck. They're going to end up with one or two running backs in this class. I have zero doubt in my mind.
Right.
He's the last guy of all the guys you offered early, which means you really wanted them because you offered them. All of those guys have now committed to other schools. So he was the last one to commit. He was sort of your final hope. Like, we might get one of the guys we wanted. And now it's, again, back to square one. So
I think they feel pretty good about the kids that they have that are going to be there for years to come, which I'm really interested in seeing. We're probably not going to get a shot at that because you got a guy coming off a knee injury. They're going to work him pretty hard. Once he gets the green light to go, they're going to work him in pretty quickly. I don't think it'll be a slow. It's going to take them time to get him going, but they want to get him going again.
Sure. And we'll, whenever fall camp starts, last year, I think it started the last day of July. So it'll be end of July, early August. We'll hear more about CJ Baxter. I mean, he's been medically cleared to do everything that they're doing this summer. So He's working out. He's doing 7-on-7 on-field drills. He's cutting. He's not taking any hits right now. And I don't know if he's, running and cutting at 100% right now. Maybe he's still kind of working his way back up to that. But, way better than I do. Like, there's contact in fall camp. You got to practice tackling. Yeah. And the running backs have to practice getting hit. So we'll see.
You'll start feeling good about him when you see him that he said, "No, I'm not wearing a brace." When that time comes, that means in his mind he's ready to go, and they're ready for him to go.
Sure. And, does he start camp wearing a green non-contact jersey?
Yeah, I don't let him get hit in camp. That's not going to happen for me. The first time he gets hit, to me, is the first time they play and they feel like he's ready to go into a game. That's going to be his first hit. I'm not letting anybody hit him in goal line scrimmages, any of that kind of stuff.
So you don't ramp him up because, I mean, you know who the first game is against.
Well, I know, but I will feel good enough that I'll have two guys that have had plenty of hits and plenty of practice that are kind of ready to go before I throw him in to that fire immediately. But I'd work him into that game. There's going to be some times in that game where you'll see him go in for a series probably if he's ready to go. If they know he's ready to go, you're not going to wait till game 3 to play that guy. If you need him early, he needs to play early.
For sure. Yeah, I have no idea what to expect. I think we all expect Trey Wisner to be the starter for Texas at Ohio State. But the question is, like, is C.J. Baxter your first guy off the bench? Is it Jarrett Gibson instead? Does C.J. Baxter even play in that game at all?
That's right. Right. Is he truly ready to go even in that game? You're right.
Or do they just wait? You know, the next 3 games, weeks 2 through 4, are against pretty bad non-conference opponents. So it's like, you know, we want to win week 1, of course, but we can lose week 1 and still, you know, win the conference with a national championship, all of those things.
Well, if he's good enough to help me win week 1, he's coming in week 1.
Yeah, I think you're right. But is it like, should we not put this guy against one of the best defenses in college football so we can make sure that he's there for weeks 2 through 18 of the season?
All he has to do is say, I'm ready, and the doctors say there's nothing wrong with him. I'm like, okay, let's go.
You're right. No, I'm wasting my breath here. That's how it's going to go down. If he's cleared and he says he's good to go, and you know Sark thinks he's good enough, like, then he's going to play. Simple as that.
Because you're going to see him all throughout camp. You're going to see him cut and do things, you know, because everybody's going to go, wow, that's the old guy right there. And then by that time, then he's good to go. And they say he's good to go, then he'd be good to go with me. I mean, the other guy is going to be my starter. And if I had to put in who has really worked hard to get to that second spot, yeah, but for me, C.J. Baxter would get some time in the first game. I'm not putting him in against a scrub team and not seeing what he is like against a team like Ohio State. Because if he looks good against Ohio State, then he would probably end up being my number 2 anyway.
Yeah, I think you're right. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Shout out to our friends at the Circuit of the Americas. Get your F1 tickets now. How about 3 concerts coming this year? So you want to be there for any or all of those 3 shows. And, of course, the big race on Sunday, circuitoftheamericas.com, or head over to syntextickets.com to get your tickets.
What do you think let me ask you about the starter, though. What do you think about – I mean, what would you think about him, the starter? What are your expectations of yardage-wise after what you saw last year and that offensive line?
Can we radio tease that?
Yeah, that would be great. That's great. I mean, yeah. I'd like to know what people think of him and his second time around.
Yeah, and I want to hear your thoughts as the running backs coach too on what you think Trey Wisner is going to do. Excuse me, and what do you think he needs to improve on from last year to this year? But before we get back into that, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, our friends at Relax the Back embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. And once again, my back couldn't be happier. And they've got all kinds of great specials there at Relax the Back right now during the holidays, getting ready for the 4th of July holiday. Tempur-Pedic mattresses, adjustable mattress sets, Tempur-Pedic pillows also there, and all the great accessories that you need to help you make your back feel great. And it's not just your back, it's your hips, your shoulders, your neck, the whole works, thoracic back area. Folks, heal and recover, work smarter, sleep reimagined, and live pain-free at Relax the Back. 2 great locations in BK's at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. And we've been talking about Hurricane Hector this morning. Look, I texted him at 7:27 this morning. He responded at 7:29, giving me some legal advice.
There you go.
It's the kind of guy you're going to get with Hurricane Hecht. That's the kind of service you're going to get when you call Hurricane Hecht. He is the best personal injury attorney in the city of Austin, and he will be there for you. He's a friend of the show. He's a listener of the show, but he is a fighter for the people. So if you get hurt in a car accident, a workplace accident, if you're going to Popeyes this weekend and someone pulls a gun on you, what do? You call Hurricane Hecht. And the best part about Hurricane Hecht, you don't pay unless you win. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht is able to get money in your pocket. He's aggressive in court. He's a great dude. He's been a friend of mine for a decade, and he's been fighting for justice and big results in Central Texas for a decade. A Texan through and through, a Longhorn through and through, and again, a fighter for the people. Give him a call, or maybe put this number in your phone, so if something does happen to you, you have the number ready to go on speed dial. 512-938-8929. That's 938-8929. You can check them out online at hechtlawfirm.com. Hecht, hechtlawfirm.com for more information. And when you reach out, make sure that you tell them that TSU sent you.
Nice.
Also, Buck, I think you and I are going to be doing another live show at Sue Patrick.
How about that?
I believe next Thursday. So July 3rd, the day before we're off for the Independence holiday, I think we'll be hawking some July 4th Independence Day gear at Sue Patrick.
Wearing that gear, getting that gear. Got the hat. As a matter of fact, got the hat and the shirt today.
There you go. Rocking, repping. Love that.
Love that place. 5222 Burner Road, folks. They have everything you need. Texas-themed items, gear. They have everything that you need. Apparel. Dad may have missed out on Father's Day, but you know what? Dad loves that apparel that they have, especially that golf apparel that Jay has for you. I'm sure there's some new shirts coming in. They've got the great Tommy Bahamas going out to dinner, casual gear. Really, I mean, the gear that they have, and hey, they've got pants. They've got khakis there. They've got shorts and they've got khakis there. So if you're having one of those weddings that you have to go to a Friday where it's kind of chic, what is it? What did you call that thing?
Summer chic.
Summer chic. They've got that at our friends over at Sue Patrick's, folks. $49 or more. How about that? Free shipping to you and plenty of parking space for you at 5222 Burnett Road. Or go to SuePatrick.com for more information.
Yes, indeed. And if you are in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our friends at Covert Bee Cave. Don't spend your weekend going to 10 different dealerships or searching 20 different websites trying to find a car. You only need to go to one place. That's Covert Bee Cave off of Highway 71. You know why? They've got 42 acres of vehicles. You could walk around that lot for hours and still not see everything that they have to offer. It means if you don't know exactly what you're looking for, go talk to one of the experts at Covert Bee Cave and just, walk around the lot and see. I guarantee there's going to be something for you. The best selection of new and pre-owned vehicles that you could find, the best people as well. And what do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. CovertBeeCave.com if you want to look online, search the inventory. But again, go see our great friends out there off of Highway 71 at Covert Bee Cave. Okay, you asked about Trey Wisner. Expectations for Texas's leading returning rusher. Trey Wisner is the only returning 1,000-yard rusher in the entire SEC. Everybody else who rushed for 1,000 or more in this conference left. Now, there are a couple of guys who ran for 1,000 yards at other schools and transferred into the SEC, but there's only one returning 1,000-yard rusher in the SEC, and that is Quintravion Wisner, Buck.
Yeah, he is the guy that teams will want to stop. He is the number one threat right now at the University of Texas offensively. I mean, it just is that way. The quarterback, we don't know that much about him. We have these high hopes, but we don't know. We don't have it really on paper. We have it on paper, and so do the opponents about Trey Wisner. He's the number one guy they have to stop on this offense. If you're looking at the number one guy you need to stop, wouldn't he be the number one guy? You can't let him get off for 150, 200 against you. You're going to be in for a long day. They're going to be geared up for this guy. He's not going to sneak up on anybody as a running back in this conference at all.
It's kind of a loaded question, right? Because I think most coaches would say we have to stop the run game. I mean, Sark says that. Like, our number one priority as a defense is to stop the run game.
And that's the guy you have to stop.
And that's the number one running back. So it's like, yeah, I think most coaches would agree with you. I think Arch Manning's the biggest threat on Texas. But if you're asking me, like, hey, who's the most proven guy that Texas has on offense?
Yeah, he's their guy.
Got to be Trey Wisner, right? You're going into his third year at Texas. I mean, he didn't do much in 2023. He barely played, but he did play some. And then, 1,000-yard rusher last year, had 5 rushing touchdowns, also had 44 catches as well. Like, he is the most proven commodity at a skill position that Texas has in 2025.
And we know that he can go the distance. He's got that kind of speed. I think he'll probably be stronger this year. I think he'll be more physical. And I thought he was physical. And I thought there were times where he went out of his way to show his physicality instead of going around a guy, he would go through a guy, and he finished really, really strong. He'll be stronger going into this year as a runner, as a physical type of runner. I hope he can continue to have that kind of speed that we saw last year, because his speed was pretty good. His speed was fine. Now I like to see him have more than 5 touchdowns.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, he's not the fastest running back in the country. He's not the biggest or strongest running back in the country. He just kind of does everything really well.
Yeah.
Like
he catches the ball well.
Yeah. I don't think he has like an elite trait. I just think he does everything right. And that's a great weapon to have in your offense. And, I don't think he's Jaden Blue level receiver, but he did have more catches than Jaden Blue had last year. So he's clearly capable of giving you something in that passing game.
Yeah, he's not as explosive as Jaden Blue, but we know he's explosive enough to give me a first down.
Well, he hangs on to the ball.
Yes.
I think Jaden Blue probably had more like elite traits than Trey Wisner did, but Trey Wisner got to play a lot because Jaden Blue had fumbleitis last season.
Yeah, and he understands what this offense is looking. He'll understand the running schemes. I mean, I'll put a little on him, but I'm going to put a lot on this offensive line to block for a guy that I think will be stronger and understand even better this year. So, I mean, that 1,000 yards needs to be about 11 and change probably this year in order for them to get into a national championship game. They have to be able to run the ball. They can't take a step. They can't just because you lost a couple guys on the offensive line. They can't take this huge step back in the run game.
The run game's got to be better. And like the problem with Texas's run game last year is there were some games that looked amazing, but when they played Ohio State and Georgia, those 3 times, it's terrible. So
yeah, I mean, it was and I don't know if they really gave it a chance. You're gonna.
Oh, they did. They couldn't run. They couldn't run against those teams. They could not get any push.
They couldn't run against Georgia for sure.
I mean, shit. Both Ohio State, they were 1 yard away. They couldn't run it in from 1 yard away against those guys. Like they averaged less than 2 yards a carry in those 3 games.
Yeah, but those trick 'em runs down there. I mean, that's just got to be power of football. You just go. I don't care if you put 3 of them in the backfield and run the wishbone. You got to give me a yard. You can't run toss sweep. We know that.
They ran it up the gut on first down, and they didn't get there. Now, I wish they tried it again versus what they called. But the toss sweep wasn't the first down play. So
no, that was that not a third down or a second down play? That was a third down. Second down play.
Yeah, and Sark is like they tried it on first down, and he's probably like, well, shit, this didn't work, and it hasn't worked all game, so I have to be creative and do something different. It's a horrible decision, obviously. But he's thinking, like, I don't trust my run game to get 1 yard on a traditional handoff because we haven't been able to get these yards against these elite defenses all year.
But you can't win a national championship if you can't get a yard.
Right. So you say you can't take a step back. They got to take a step forward in the run game. I don't, cool, running for 200-something yards against Kentucky and A&M, that's great.
Yeah, but when I say take a step back, I mean, you can't be the same. I should just say you can't be the same. You got to be the same or better.
Right.
But you have to have the mindset that you're going to be better for sure, and you can't give up on it. You have to be able to go and do it again and again and again. And it can't be in one particular game, as you said. It's got to be in all the games.
Yeah,
you can't do it against Kentucky. You can't do it against the South Carolinas or the Mississippi State. You got to be able to do it against the teams that you got to be able to do it against Georgia. You got to keep the chains moving. You have to be able to get in scoring, in the scoring zone and say, I don't need to throw it to my tight end. I need to run it for this 2 yards. I'm not messing around. I'm not trying to trick anybody. I'm just going to have my offensive line and my running back give me the 2 yards I need.
Right. Yeah, look, every game counts the same, but not every game feels the same.
But not every defense is the same.
Right. Like a win over Ohio State, a win over Georgia is going to feel a lot more significant than a win over Mississippi State. Right?
Absolutely.
Because, those are the teams that you're going to play in the playoff. You're trying to win a national championship. You can get to the playoff. You can get to conference title games. You can win games in the playoff. You've proven all that. But
yes.
Ohio State, teams like Ohio State and Georgia, those are the teams you're going to see in the semifinal round of the CFP.
Yeah, because you're going to be in the fourth quarter with them still battling it out.
Right. So those are the 2 games that everyone's going to put the most stock into. Again, they count the same as all of the other ones, but those are the big eye test games. Can you prove that you can run the football against?
Yeah, you'll spend your time during this summer on looking at run game stuff and what you need to do against those kind of particular teams. And what, you can't come back with the same running offense you did last year. Like you said, a gut run where you get nothing. You can't, you may say, yeah, you ought to be able to get a yard, but no, you got to look at some things that, the strength of where your team is and as your offensive line too.
Yeah, you got to
be better. To be able to run. You just like Casey said, hey, we're coming right here. Guess what? Yep. We know this is important down, but hey, guess what? We're coming right at you. So I'm gonna let you know it's coming this way, and I'm gonna move you from point A to point B. So the guy behind me gets this first down or this touchdown. Sorry, it's coming. I wish I could trick you, but I'm not gonna trick you. I'm gonna let you know where it's coming.
That's the level you'd love to get to, but I don't even do that. Just
yeah. Dan Neal. When Ricky was here, Dan Neal was that guy. Hey, we're going right over here. Let's point, and everybody else would be pointing. They're coming wherever this little short dude is. They're coming there.
It works.
And by the way, he's going to move you out of the way.
He was awesome. Yeah, 2-time Super Bowl champ, friend of TSU, Dan Neal. Good dude as well. I think I like that 1150 number for Trey Wisner. I mean, look, Steve Sarkisian every year has a 1,000-yard back. So it's not a question of if a Texas running back goes over the century or goes over the 1,000-yard mark. It's a question of like, which guy is it going to be? I expect it to be Trey Wisner. Like I can't make a 1,000-yard prediction for CJ Baxter coming off a serious knee injury that kept him out all of last season. Same thing with Christian Clark. I can't make that prediction with him coming off of a torn Achilles. And I'm not quite ready to do that with Jarrett Gibson just yet. So almost by process of elimination, it's like, hey, Trey Wisner is going to be your 1,000-yard back. And I'd like to see him go closer to 1,200 than he was at 10.
Yeah, like I said, I'd like to see him score more touchdowns than 5 touchdowns in a season because I need him to be my, if he understands the run game and he's a little bit stronger, he should be fine down at the 4 or 5 yard line, But Gibson is that, round-shouldered dude that I think that if he knows that's kind of his role where they're going to use him in a lot of short yardage, he needs to understand the blocking. He needs to understand that he has to get it. I don't give a shit if the guy fell down on his face and missed the block. He has to give me that yard I need for a first down or a touchdown. That's just the mindset with him.
Baxter's your short yardage guy, but you keep calling.
He's a big dude as it is.
Jarrett Gibson's like 203 pounds.
Yeah, Baxter's already a big dude.
Jay Baxter's like 230. That's your short yardage bag. No, I know Jarrett Gibson's baby Rhino. I'm not saying he can't do it, but like, I'll take those extra 30 pounds when you're sucking in the red zone and at the goal line like Texas has.
Absolutely.
Be that extra beef with CJ Baxter. I feel better about him running through.
Yeah, I just never worried about weight with running backs. I just never. I mean, Priest Holmes is the best short yardage guy I've ever, been around. And I mean, and he could, his velocity and everything else and his understanding on if I'm going to go airborne, what do I need to do to get this first down? I don't really care. Just don't fumble. Just get it. You can take your helmet off and go head first if you want to. If that's what you desire, if you can get me a first down, that's fine.
Texas didn't have a Priest Holmes last year. I think it's safe to say that.
Their starting running back was very similar. Trey Wise is very similar to Priest.
Well, he wasn't good in the red. You just said Priest is the best goal line running back.
Well, they hardly even used him. I don't think they made him that a priority as their guy. They spent too many times of here's what we're going to do, here's the package that we're going to use, But I think he can be that guy now.
Yeah, he wasn't that guy last year.
No,
can he be that guy? Like by all accounts, he put on 5 pounds of muscle this year.
There you go.
Speed. He's a little bigger and stronger. That will help him in those goal line situations.
He's definitely going to be stronger.
Yeah, no,
and I thought he ran strong last year. Like I said, I think he went out of his way at times to prove how tough he was.
Yeah. But they sucked in the red zone. That's why I keep going back to that. Like there was nothing good that Texas had in the red zone last year. And Trey Wise.
I'd like to find a particular person that I can say couldn't get it done. I'd like to say it was the back, I think some of it was a lot of the play calling wasn't that great.
It was everybody. It was the coaching. It was the players. It was the O-line, the quarterback, the running back. It was everybody. So it's got to get fixed. It was the biggest problem with Texas last year. And it has to get fixed. So I hope Trey Wisner is better at that this year. I hope CJ Baxter being in will help. I think Arch Manning's legs, the fact that he's a dual threat quarterback will help with that stuff too.
Yeah, that dude is going out of his way on some read options to keep because he understands how big, and that's fine.
That's something you did not have in your offense last year that you will
No,
have
you
this
didn't.
year.
You're absolutely right.
Quinn kept it a couple of times. Felt like he ran more in 2023 than he did in 2024, but you didn't really have to respect that because like 99 times out of 100, you knew he was handing the ball off.
Yeah, this dude right here can punish you if you're not in the proper spot. He's going to punish a one-on-one guy. He's going to get you what you need for first downs. Plus, he's going to make big plays in it too because you're going to think he's handing off, and if he keeps, look out.
Yeah. Yep. That the A&M defense learned that last year for sure.
Yes.
That'll be a big part of what Texas does this year.
No, I'm excited about the run game. It just, as you said, it has to be better. And I thought it was pretty good last year. It has to be better against a couple different teams. We know two in particular.
Yeah, the standard's different now.
Yes.
Again, with success comes expectations. Like I expect that they should be able to average more than 2 yards a carry against Georgia and Ohio State.
There you go.
The 5-7 season, it's like, oh shit, we're gonna lose this game 50-0. That's how it goes. But when you prove that you can hang with the big dogs,
you're right.
To be able to run against the big dogs, and that's the next step for Texas's run game in 2025. Okay, go to text line 512-222-9328. The YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chats are rocking and rolling as well. Appreciate y'all spending some of your Friday with us. We will be live until 11 o'clock. And then, of course, the afternoon stream from 2 to 6 right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. A few more sponsor shout outs here, Buck. We keep teasing this Texas baseball news. I promise we will get to that. We got to talk about your Texas State Bobcats reportedly.
Yeah, man.
Pac-12
before we're out of here. We're out of here. Let me say to our friends at Hat Creek Burgers, almost 25 locations throughout the state, and nothing better than a nice Hat Creek burger for lunch. And if mom and dad, you like to have a little cocktail, they've got that for you at Hat Creek Burger. They also have breakfast. Find out the location around you that they serve breakfast and get yourself pancakes, waffles, tacos, sausage. They've got it at your local Hat Creek Burger. Find out which one does. But we know when it comes to burgers, nobody does it better than that at Hat Creek Burgers. Get the double with cheese, large fry, and a large shake. Strawberry shake preferably for me. Not doing that today because I have to get ready for ice cream cake. So
it feels like a pretty good pre-birthday meal, though, doesn't it?
It does sound kind of good. You know what I got, BK? I brought some hamburger myself. I'm going to make my own burger with my tomatoes from the farmer's market today.
You're going to ruin that burger.
Oh, God. I just don't say that. Please tell me it's not going to fall apart on the grill. When I flip it, half the burgers, now it comes in halves and quarters. Don't do that to me.
Does that happen to you?
I'm not good. I'm not good at steak. Hey, meat on the grill is not that's not my specialty. Meat on the grill.
Sounds like you should be going to Hat Creek then instead of trying
to.
Yeah,
well, there's no doubt about should I go there, but you know what I can do? I've thought of it. Why can't I put a pan on the grill and put it in the pan?
Why would you want to do that?
But you can, right?
Yeah. But why would you want to do that?
Because I can't use the stove. How's that?
You want to okay. Yeah, sure. You can do that.
And then throw the pan away.
Throw the pan away?
Sure.
Well, you could use you're talking about a foil pan. You could put a foil pan on a grill and use that. And then you could throw that one away. Yeah.
You mean like the aluminum, the little pan things? You can put that in there and put doesn't seem right, but I guess.
Plenty of people do that. People use pads or foil to put underneath there because they don't want to clean the grill. That's the biggest reason why. They sell those stuff as seen on TV. You got these little grill mats that you could put on. I think that's the term. That
you could put on one of my infomercials and see one of those little deals and stick it on the grill and do it.
Yeah. So you can make sure you're not having your burger fall apart and have pieces sink in between the little crevices of the grill grate.
That's why I got a dog. Hey, I know it's kind of hot doggy, but here you go.
Well, if it goes in between the grill, you shouldn't be serving that to your dog because it's got charcoal and lighter fluid on it. I don't know.
Oh, no big deal. It's just a dog.
It's just a dog. Just that you're reaching in there while the flames are going and you're grabbing that meat.
I'm sticking a little fork in there and getting that out. Going, bing, boing.
There you go. You can do that. You'll have less burger for you, but I'm sure your dog will be pretty happy with that decision.
Oh, we love Hat Creek Burger, folks. I love the cheese. I love the whole world. I'm a doubles guy now. Uh-oh, here goes the old George Foreman grill.
Yeah, George Foreman would be perfect. You're not going to lose anything in the cracks of a George Foreman grill.
Yeah, I'm just going to have enough grease that it's going to smell throughout the house, and it never gets really clean. It never gets clean.
Put it on the patio.
Put it out back.
Yeah, when you're cooking it. If you don't want the smell in there, plug it in outside. Boom, good to go.
Never used one, never going to use one.
Good
Because
luck.
somebody stole mine. Somebody took mine. I got a nice grill from Jay and the gang, and somebody stole it.
Yeah, you gave it to them. It's the same thing. All right, shout out to our friends at Waterloo Printing and Graphics as well. All of the TSU merch that we rock on this show was made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo Printing and Graphics. So if you have a business, just a big event coming up, a big 4th of July party or something, you want some shirts, some hats, some koozies, some stickers, some signs, some anything, reach out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics. You can shoot them a DM on Instagram at Waterloo Printing, or you can call or text our buddy Adam directly, 512-300-9641.
Sweet.
All right, a little Texas baseball news to dive into. Good news for Texas baseball. First of all, shout out to Dylan the Praying Mantis Volantis, who was named first-team All-American by D1 Baseball yesterday. Not freshman All-American. No, first-team All-American. He's the only freshman who made that team, Buck.
Wow.
Not too bad right there. 4-1 with a sub-2 ERA. He had 12 saves this year. He led the SEC in ERA, WHIP, batting average against, and saves this season. The 12 saves, the most ever by an SEC freshman. So Dylan Volantis, I mean, anybody who kept up with Texas baseball all season long knows how good he was, especially in conference play. That guy was unbelievable, damn near unhittable against some of the best teams in the nation. And he is rewarded with a first-team All-American honor. Again, the only freshman player to make that first team. It's pretty damn cool.
That is awesome.
Get him for 2 more years here at Texas.
Yes, indeed.
Well, I'm curious to see if he stays in the bullpen, or maybe Schloss considers moving him to the starting rotation next year.
I love him coming out of the bullpen, man. That's a good sight to see when he comes to the mound.
I do too. Having that shutdown closer who can get you more than 3 outs, that's huge. And that's not always a guaranteed thing in college baseball. So I'm like, I don't want Dylan Volantis to leave the bullpen, but think about the stuff that he has. If you get that right off the bat and you get him pitching, 5-6 innings of that kind of stuff, then that's pretty damn cool too. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Most guys want to be starters because that's where the money is.
Of course.
If you're an elite closer, you're going to get paid. But elite starters in the big leagues, they make more money. Just any starter is going to make more money than a bullpen arm. So, Dylan Volantis is like, no, I'd rather do that. Then they might start working on that this offseason.
For sure.
See. But a couple of transfer portal additions to talk about. Yesterday, Texas got a commitment from left-handed pitcher Hayden LeFew, who's coming in from Wake Forest. 4-1 with a 4.46 ERA this past season. How about 59 strikeouts and only 34 1/3 innings pitched?
Wake Forest had a nice run this year.
Wake Forest made the postseason this year. They've been a pretty good baseball program over the last decade or so. 15.5 strikeouts per 9 innings is that ratio there for Hayden LeFew. That'll work.
Yes, it will.
Fastball touches 97. He's got an elite changeup. He's going into his 3rd year as a college pitcher. He's the 14th ranked player in the portal overall. So another top of the line guy that Jim Schlossnagle's able to bring in.
Keep bringing in that pitching.
Yeah, you talk about it, Buck. Keep bringing in that pitching and lefties, man. A lefty with nasty stuff like that, those guys are tough to hit. So we'll see. LeFew's done most of his work out of the pen. I don't know if he's just going to be a bullpen arm here or if he's another one of those guys that Max Wiener considers moving into the rotation. But another big-time arm coming into Austin. And one more name to talk about, a JUCO catcher coming in. We talked about Notre Dame transfer Carson Tinney a few days ago. He's going to be your starter replacing Rylan Galvan, who's likely off to the MLB after this. But Texas lost Cole Chamberlain, their backup catcher. He hit the portal a few days ago. So that created a need for another catcher on the depth chart. And Texas added Andrew Ermis from Temple College, JUCO product from San Antonio, played his high school ball at Reagan, hit .338 with an OPS of nearly 1,100 last season. 10 home runs, 41 RBIs, didn't have a single error behind the plate, so a really good defender as well. And again, Carson Tinney's your starter, but now you've got your backup, and any coach will tell you got to have depth if you want to.
Absolutely. All right, that position, those guys get banged up a little bit.
Yeah. You don't want to have your starting catcher starting it. Like I thought Rylan Galvan played too much last year.
Yeah, he played a lot. I mean, the last couple catchers at Texas have played a lot of. They've been in there for a lot of pitches.
Yeah, it didn't really affect him. He was, an all-conference caliber player. He was a great player. Look, he's up for the Buster Posey Award as the best catcher in the country. So he was awesome. But, yeah, I feel like you want to give your catcher a few more days off, but you can only do that if you have a good backup that you feel good about. And I don't know if Texas had that last year. I think they probably feel like they do with this Andrew Ermis pickup for 2026.
Sweet.
So there you go. There's your good Texas baseball news. Jim Schlossnagle is on fire. He continues to just reload this Texas team through the portal.
BK, I feel pretty good that I got my Sixers got broomed last night, which is that's one of those guys that makes you feel good, makes your team feel good, because that guy's going to play hurt, banged up. Everything he's done in college. I mean, I don't think you're going to lose anything when he comes to the NBA. That he's going to need load management. He likes to play the game, and I think he's a guy that will really, really help. When Embiid decides he's not going to play, but he's not going to be. He's not that big. He's not that tall. He's not tall, but boy, he's a wide body that the Sixers can use.
Yeah, he's a great player. SEC Player of the Year this past season. He was a monster for Auburn and a big part of why they made the Final Four. So. Yeah,
I think see him as an NBA scorer. Is that a guy? He's a team in the team.
He averaged 20 points per game at Auburn last year. He's not going to be that kind of guy. Like I think the ceiling for a guy like Janai Broome, you hope he turns into a Draymond Green type. Like that's what Draymond Green was a second-round pick who was a beast in college, but he was a little bit undersized. People call him a tweener, like they weren't sure if his game was going to translate to the next level. And Draymond Green's going to be a Hall of Famer when his career's over. So that's like best case scenario. Janai Broome, great college player, put up ridiculous numbers, but he doesn't have that those elite traits. He doesn't have that potential where you feel like, oh, he's going to get to the league and take his game to another level.
He'll be a scrapper. He'll be a scrapper that'll work hard enough to get a bunch of rebounds and putbacks and things like that.
Yeah. I mean, look, he's ready-made. He's old. He's been in college forever.
Yes.
So there's not going to have to be a big learning curve for him.
He already has an old man game.
Question is, I don't think he's big enough to play back to the basket as much as he did in college.
No.
And is his jumper was okay last year, but you know how it works now. Like you got to be able to, even if you're 7 feet, they want you shooting threes nowadays.
Sure.
If you're a little bit undersized like he is for a big man, then he's got to work on his shot a little bit. But I don't know, with Embiid as your maybe stretch big, you could play him and Broome together, maybe make some things happen. Broome's a good passer. He's a good defender. So he's got some things that I think could make him a solid pro, but he's not.
He's an old dude, huh?
He's been around the block.
Somebody said he's 32. I'm not 32.
I don't think he's quite 32, but he's up there. Not a ton of big takeaways, at least for us to talk about from the second round of the NBA draft. Because
tell me the kid from Texas went to the Lakers.
Well, none of the three Texas teams had a pick last night. The Mavs, the Rockets, and the Spurs, I think the Spurs had a pick yesterday. They traded it. The Rockets had a pick at one point. They traded it. The Mavs never had a second-round pick going into this draft. So there's no Texas flair to talk about. Arthur Kaluma signed a UDFA deal with the Lakers. So no Longhorns got drafted in round 2. Trey Johnson was the only Horn to get picked, and that was expected. But yeah, Arthur Kaluma, I did see, signed a summer league deal with the LA Lakers of Anaheim.
Yeah, good luck in the summer league.
So we'll see Arthur Kaluma out there in Vegas here in a few weeks. And, If he makes the team, that'd be great. I don't expect him to make the team, but he'll be a G League guy for a little bit.
Yep.
And we'll see. We'll see if he can make it to the NBA or if his talents take him to Europe. Who knows? But, yeah, there's not a ton of you saw some big names get drafted last night. But, again, no Texas teams had a pick. And no Texas Longhorns were selected. Buck, your Texas State Bobcats have seemingly been selected by the Pac-12. Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed they're leaving the Fun Belt. But school-wise, they got to. I mean, if it's available for them to do that, they need to go ahead and do it. They'll do it on Monday. By Monday, they'll do it. They'll be gone.
It sounds like the Texas State Board of Regents is going to get together on Monday to officially vote on this decision.
Yeah, they'll make that decision in the first 10 minutes of that sit-down.
They've made it right now.
Yeah, it's already been made.
Like it's just formalities at this point, but I think the formal offer has already been made by the Pac-12, and they've extended the invite, and it's coming. It's obviously a different Pac-12. You know, it's not the same as if Texas State got invited to that conference 5 years ago.
No.
Now it's San Diego State, Boise State, Washington State, Oregon State, a bunch of states. So Texas State fits right in, but it's an upgrade. I think that's an upgrade over the Fun Belt. Even in 2025, don't you?
Close. Because I have a lot of respect for the Fun Belt. I'm not like you, disrespecting the Fun Belt, but yes.
You're a big Fun Belt guy. You and your cousin both are.
My cousin started to get away from them. You know, once the football season starts, once we get in about week 5, I become a big MAC guy.
The good news for your cousin is the Fun Belt is quickly replacing Texas State. So they had 14 teams. They're going to lose Texas State to the Pac-12, so they needed a 14th. Sounds like Louisiana Tech is going to be joining the conference, coming in from CUSA. So the Sun Belt's going to stay at 14 strong, Buck. Congratulations to you on that.
As long as Coastal Carolina gives out that free food.
Yeah, as long as that's a thing. But good for Texas State, man. You know, Pac-12 wanted the Texas market. Texas State's been a hot commodity recently. The Mountain West reached out to Texas State last year to join, and Texas State turned them down. So now I'm wondering, are they going to turn the Pac-12 down? Are they waiting for the SEC to come calling?
No, that's not happening. There's too much. They're too much of a threat in the SEC. They don't want to do that.
No, you're too worried about Texas State.
Yeah, SEC doesn't want that threat.
They're going to take over. You keep saying Texas is going to take over the SEC, but now it'll be Texas State who takes over?
If they join, but they're not going to get in. They're not going to let them in.
I've never thought of that. Yeah, I don't know if it's a let them in situation.
Aggies are horrified of the fact that if they get in, they may get pushed out.
They're not going to get invited to the party, I think is
what?
What's going to happen.
They're not going to be invited to that party?
No, they're not getting the gate code to get into the neighborhood.
What about the Roadrunners? Be aware of the Roadrunners, SEC in baseball.
Yeah. I am now worried about UTSA baseball. Never thought I'd say those words, but every other sport, I think we're okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Exciting for Texas State. Congrats to them. Again, we think it's going to happen on Monday, but all the signs are pointing to this actually becoming a thing. Now, it won't take effect this year, so Texas State will have one final season in the Fun Belt.
No, and they will not start out as my sleeper in the pack, whatever it is. They're not going to be my sleeper.
I mean, they've got a shot, dude. It's like, Boise State's there. They're the best football school in that league.
Yes.
But, Fresno State, Colorado State, Utah State, Washington State, Oregon State, San Diego, Nevada State. Like, they could hang with those dudes.
They can't hang with those teams. They're not going to hang.
It's G.J. Kinney. He's done a great job down there.
No, he's got a good contract. He needs to go ahead and try to get a winning season and get the hell out of there as quick as he can.
Well, now he's getting to be a Pac-12 coach. That was once a power conference. That's a good gig.
We'll see how their recruiting changes.
Okay.
What kind of kids they get to start coming there.
Yeah, you would think this will help recruiting a little bit, right?
I think so. And you're right, a little bit.
A little bit, yeah.
I don't know what people are going to think of the Pac-12, though.
Back-to-back
what kids will think of it. They're going to think, we go from the Pac-12, just like Oregon and UCLA, we'll go right then to the Big Ten. I don't think so.
Back-to-back 8-win seasons for G.J. Kinney in San Marcos, Buck. don't sleep on the Bobcats. I'm surprised you're saying this. You're the biggest Texas State homer I know. I can't believe you're like, no, they're not going to compete in the new look Pac-12.
They're going to take a little bit of a slapping year one. They're not coming in like Texas rolled into the SEC. The Bobcats aren't rolling into knocking Boise out of the way in their first. There's going to be some growing pains for them in year one.
See what Texas State looks like this year. I'll watch that before making my prediction for their move to Pac-12. Real quick, Justin Tucker was suspended 10 weeks by the NFL yesterday for violating the league's personal conduct policy. He's a free agent right now. Remember, he got released by the Baltimore Ravens maybe a month ago. And, I had a hard time believing somebody was going to sign him before this suspension. Now, if you do sign Justin Tucker, he can't kick for you for 10 weeks. I have a very hard time believing that Justin Tucker's going to play another NFL game again.
No, they don't want the pain. Nobody's going to want that in their organization right now.
Yeah. His attorney released a statement saying they're disappointed with the decision, but they're not going to appeal, and that Justin stands by his previous statements about his innocence. But, again, nothing in the court of law yet. He hasn't been sued. No one's filed anything against him, but in the court of public opinion, this thing is already done. And they're all obviously.
I always like when they tell you, if he would have apologized months ago, we wouldn't be to this point. I'm like, if that dude would apologize and said he's sorry, you're still gonna civil sue the crap out of him. What do you mean you're not gonna do anything? You're just gonna take an apology?
Yeah. If you admit guilt, there's probably actual lawsuits coming.
Yeah, as soon as you admit that, you're about to get sued.
Right. So, I don't know. I don't know what happened. I said similar things about the Deshaun Watson when it's that many women who come out and accuse the same kind of thing against you. It's hard to think that nothing wrong went down, but I don't know. Maybe nothing wrong happened, but the NFL did their investigating and they felt like a 10-game suspension was warranted for Justin Tucker. So,
and dude, they have all kinds of people playing in the NFL.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Rashee Rice, we saw him on film, like flashing a gun at somebody, and it's like he doesn't get suspended. So the NFL is very pick and choose when it comes to when they give out their discipline, and some of their decisions make no sense. Some of them feel too strong. Some of them feel too weak. But
when you, like you said, when you have the numbers and nobody says, no, he didn't do it, and everybody's saying, yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I mean, you get to 16. Now the number's like 16 or 17. I always think not everybody wants to get you, right?
I don't know. It was an 11-game suspension for Deshaun Watson. He had more allegations. And again, there were actual suits against Deshaun, but the NFL doesn't care about that. They do their own research and they come up with their own decision. So they felt like, Justin Tucker's crimes that he's accused of are, close enough to get him a very similar suspension to what Talboy got.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter what the other people think. It's what the NFL thinks, really.
Right. So this news just rubs me the wrong way, Buck.
Yeah, his days, his career is probably done. I mean, if it wasn't because of his accuracy last year, just this is not going to be enough. He's not young enough and still good enough to overcome this.
No, and it's a kicker. Like a quarterback.
Oh, that's right. He's a kicker. I forgot about that. He is a kicker.
Like Deshaun Watson got another chance. He got a huge $250 million contract because he's a quarterback. Like Justin Tucker's the greatest kicker of all time, but he's still a kicker at the end of the day. So, there are enough good kickers, not as good as Justin Tucker. There are enough good kickers out there to where it's like, we don't want our kicker being our distraction. We can have our quarterback being a little bit of a weirdo because if he wins us games, whatever, it's fine. But kicker, we'll go ahead and bring in a 88% kicker instead of a 92% kicker and not have people making rub and tug jokes everywhere we go. And I don't want to have to answer questions. I don't think John Harbaugh wants to answer questions about his kicker's massages everywhere he goes. So that's going to make it real tough. As great as Tucker is, he's, again, the greatest at his position in the history of the league. It's still that position that he plays.
You're right.
So, ain't happening. At least I don't think. All right. Real quick, shout out to AV Consultations. Good sports happening this weekend. We've got some golf. We've got some baseball. We've got some soccer. There's always sports going on. Even in the heart of summer, there's stuff that you want to watch on TV. But there's really going to be stuff you want to watch when we get to the fall. And we are now less than 60 days away from week 0 of the college football season, which means in less than 2 months, we're going to have college football. And you don't want to be watching college football on your current TV setup, or you don't want to be driving to your friends' places or spending money at the sports bar every weekend. God forbid you got to go to your in-laws' places. Like they got a good TV. You got to go to your mother-in-law's house to watch. No. Make the TV setup at your own home. Get it done with AV Consultations. They can hook you up with multiple screens on one wall like I have. If you want the giant 85-incher like the Buck, they can do that for you as well. How about that home theater room? 150-inch projection screen with the badass Sonos surround sound system. Forget the sports. About watching movies and shows at your place. They can do speakers all over your house. So if you just want to Bluetooth your phone and get some great music at your place all summer long, AV Consultations can do that for you. The TVs, the surround sound, the surveillance cameras, the whole home lighting, it's all automated, super easy to use, and it's all done super professionally by the experts at AV Consultations. Just give them a call. Y'all know we love them. You will too. 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678, or find them online at avconsultations.com.
Sweet. We love our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems. Make sure that system is working properly. It's going to get warm. Now, I haven't been good with predicting the rain, but I'll tell you what, it's going to be warm outside here next week once again. And we want to make sure your air conditioning system is working properly. If not, call our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Their technicians will get to you immediately, and they'll get any of the problems solved. But not only do they do air conditioning, they do heating and plumbing, and they've been doing it pretty well for over close to 70 years here in Central Texas. We love Woods Comfort Systems.
They've been around just about as long as you have. Woods
Yes, indeed.
.com. Give them a call today. 512-842-5066. Don't go through the summer alone. Make sure your AC is working the right way with our friends at Woods Comfort Systems. Buck, one more story before we bring Wags and Double on for crosstalk. Phil Steele made a mistake.
Was it spelling?
It was a spelling error.
Oh, no.
And look, Phil Steele, I mean, it's a giant magazine. His college football preview has a ton of information, and it's hundreds and hundreds of pages with small font. So yeah, odds are spell check isn't going to catch everything, and you're going to have a few.
And he's not in charge of spell check anyway. Somebody else is in charge of that.
Yeah, that shouldn't be his job, right? He should have a whole team who helps out with stuff like that, and I'm sure he does. Buck, there is a linebacker. We've talked about this guy before. He is a freshman at Eastern Michigan University. Speaking of the MAC, his name is Noah. Man, I'm too scared to say it, so I'll have you say it just in case. We'll do a little screen share. You care to try to pronounce this guy's name, Buck?
Noah Nika.
Is that what you're going with?
Yeah.
So his first name is Noah, spelled normally.
Like
his
my
last
granddaughters.
His last name. Oh, your granddaughter is Noah with an H?
No, she's Noah with an N.
Okay. Okay, yeah, you're right. No Noah starts with an H. Sorry about that.
I don't. No, I haven't seen one yet.
Good one. Noah with an H at the end?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. Well, this guy is Noah, and his last name is spelled Knigga. What's the pronunciation you're going with?
I say Nika. The K is silent.
Okay. K is silent and a few other. Okay. All right. That's fair.
And I'm saying that last G like a ka instead of ga.
This is a real person. I'm just going to call him Noah K for the sake of this exercise.
There you go.
That K is doing a lot of work with his name, by the way.
Okay.
It's already a questionable, controversial, interesting name that he has. Right. But you don't pick your last name. That K is doing a lot of work. Well, here's the Phil Steele magazine. Here's the page where he's previewing the Eastern Michigan Eagles. And there's no K at the beginning of Noah's last name.
Oh
no.
Now
Yeah,
I know. Now I know what it says.
Now you know a guy, huh?
Now I know what his last name says.
Yeah, Phil Steele forgetting the very important K at the beginning of his last name, and instead you just get Nigga.
Wow.
By the way,
Double
Noah
N, like double
Noah
R. That's double N, huh?
that is a double N right there. At least they didn't put a hard R in this one.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's you can forget any other letter in this guy's last name. You can't forget the first one. If you
No,
forget the
that's
N and it's just Kiga, that's fine. If you forget one of the G's or one of the the I or the A, you can't forget the K. Phil, come on.
wow.
Yeah, that's a tough typo. Again, there's plenty of misspelled names, I'm sure, in this magazine, but this is the one that you really had to get right, isn't it?
Somebody said they knew what they were doing.
Maybe, yeah. Someone's like, no one's gonna catch this, or
No.
it's a bit, Let's have some fun with this. It's Eastern Michigan, not a big deal.
Yeah, let's have some fun. Let's see where we go with this. Yeah.
By the way, Noah is white, for those of you tuned in on the app who didn't see the screen share, if that matters to you. But, yeah, that is one of the most unique names that I've ever seen, and maybe the most unique name in college football. And Phil Steele decided to, recreate a race war. Way to go, Phil. Bringing back racism.
And what is the pronunciation of it anyway with the K? Is the K silent?
I actually have no idea how it's pronounced. He's a freshman this year, so I'll be, I'm a Big Mac guy. You're a Big Mac guy. We'll be watching, and maybe he'll get on the field this year.
I'm going to call Mr. Nika up and see how they pronounce that. I'm going to find that out. I'm going to call that Nika up. How's that?
I'm not even saying that. I'm too scared.
What? You don't feel like you can say that? The K is silent. Nika. I'm calling that Nika up. I'm going to see what they say it is. They'll tell me, won't they, if I call the house?
He's white. You can't call him that.
I mean, I've heard brothers refer to white people as that. I mean, I've heard it. You've heard it before. So
me too.
So I just got to call the house and ask what the pronunciation is. Give me that number and I'll call them.
Okay. Yeah. I'll find the K words number and let you know.
Find the K words number. I'll call up and I'll just ask them, folks, how do you pronounce your name?
Yeah. And then how does Phil Steele pronounce the way he spelled your name?
Oh, if you haven't, they know by now. Believe me, they know by now.
Now I'm thinking Phil Steele is like, he uses that word often. It auto-corrected to that, huh, Phil? Interesting.
Wow.
Interesting.
That's actually funny as hell.
Oh, it is. It is. All right. I see Wags here.
I said he's also a good basketball player.
See Wags here in the waiting room. What's
Rodney's coming. He deleted his the link for the show real quick, so I had to send it to him real quick. He's coming.
Oh, thank you for doing that.
Wags, what we got going this weekend, brother?
Not much, man. I'm gonna try and get my stomach right. I had some bubble guts a little bit yesterday and carried over into last night too. I hadn't really had a great couple of 48 hours, so it's been. Hopefully, we get everything right, and if everything dries up, then maybe we'll leave the house.
I would say let's head on. You and your wife need to head over to the farmer's market to get some of that good food at the farmer's market on Saturday.
I think fruit is what jacked me up. I think it was a pineapple that jacked me up, actually.
I don't mess with a lot of pineapple. I don't.
It was very sweet. It was fantastic. And I think the reason why I actually ate all of it or most of it is because I cut the damn thing up myself. And if anybody cuts up a pineapple, you know how damn hard they are to cut up. So I took the labor of love in cutting the damn thing up. So I think that's why I indulged myself so much. But it was delicious, very sweet, but it got me, man. It got me.
Yeah, all that sweet juice will get you, brother.
What was that? What?
Wags, I've been doing fruit bowls, but I found some good organic cherries that are out there right now. You can only eat so many cherries.
Yeah, cherries will make me crap too, man. Cherries will make you go. Cherries, grapes, and any type of fruit, right? But
all of the above for me, and I eat them now.
You put a kiwi, you put like a bag of kiwis in front of me, I'm done. It's like a vampire trying to get a knot out or whatever. You put kiwis in front of me, I'm peeling them all damn day and eating them, man.
You need
a spoon and some kiwis.
Let me ask you this, Wags. Did the pineapple happen to be upside down?
Yeah.
Always.
Mhm.
Gotta be careful.
Actually, we don't put our pineapples upside down here, boys. We don't share our pineapples.
There you go.
All right, no swinging at the Wagner household these
Nope.
days.
Y'all, I got to tell you all this. So somebody sent me this last night. So we were talking, Wags. You remember we were talking about the watermelon thump the other day in Luling? That's this weekend. So
You want me to go down there and spit? I'm not a spitter. I'm a swallower.
Nice.
Very
So-
nice.
So
with watermelon seeds?
Yeah, you do.
Sometimes, yeah.
You do
I
spitting.
like to grow my own watermelons down here. You know.
So they do like the heaviest watermelon deal, and I guess it was last night. The winning watermelon weighed 135.5 lbs.
See,
Oh my
that's
goodness. Is that edible?
right there.
Big old black diamond one. It looked like.
Let me ask you this. Like Bucky's got a point. Like, can you eat that stuff? And one, has it been enhanced or whatever? Had they put some type of growing thing in it to get it to 100 pounds? I've never seen anything outside of 13 pounds of a watermelon, Rodney.
That's like a redfish, BK. You got to throw that one back. You can't keep that one. That's one you got to let get out there and germinate the rest of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not in the slot. Yeah, I've never caught a red that big. But,
Me either.
it'd be nice.
So look,
Half the reds that got on my line broke the hook anyway because I was the one. I'm the worst guy when it comes to fishing and doing my hook, BK. Now people do their fancy, put it through and make sure mine snaps all the time. I'm awful.
So this tells me there was some shenanigans because it's Manuel Hernandez was the winner, 135.5.
Oh,
Second,
of course it was a Latino who's cheating, huh?
Right.
Double R.
right. Second, Rudy Hernandez, 135 even.
Oh, family ties.
Third,
Latinos
Third.
using PEDs? Oh no.
and watch this. Third, Joey McKesh, 94.5 pounds. Tell you right there. And then sixth place, two dudes by the last name of Watts. Those are white dudes.
There you go.
35.6 pounds is all they could do.
Well,
What's
Something
the
like
Well,
that.
35 pounds is still a lot.
That's still some big melons.
hang on.
There it is right there.
It's, so what? How does that? There's got to be some PEDs going on
Right.
here.
Yeah, how do
Come
you
on.
enhance a fruit? Was that a fruit?
And do they break these bad boys open and eat these things on the
No,
spot?
they don't
Like,
eat
what's
those.
going on here?
I can imagine them. They just look at it until it just rots out and they throw it back in the garden for fertilizer.
Well, Rodney, we need Rodney to do some journalism here, some research to go down there to Lula because he knows all the other parades, what time the parades are going to be and everything. He knows all the high school pitchers, but you got to tell us about the damn speed sitting.
No, Rodney's got things to do. He's got to
celebration.
call the Nika family for me.
That's right.
He's got to call them the Nikas for me.
Oh,
Yeah.
I still can't believe that.
oh,
Come on, Phil. Come on, Phil. You can't forget the K, guy.
oh my God. Did y'all hear the baseball game the other day where I think it was one of the Carey guys?
No.
Skip Carey was talking about something flag, but he left out the L.
Hmm.
And now
So
they want him. It slipped.
And now they want him
think-
fired,
They
probably.
want him fired.
Of
They want him
course.
fired. Come on.
I think Patrick put this in here yesterday, was telling us about this yesterday. I looked and I was just like, there's no way that I'm seeing what I'm seeing. And sure as shit, it needs to go back into editing, guys. It's wrong.
It
So
was live, So, geez, it's one of those live reads like we do. That's why it's always like, oh man, look out.
That's an important L.
it'll
I
get
think-
you. Whatever you put on the prompter, he's gonna read, guys. Whatever you put on the prompter, Ron Burgundy's gonna read.
You think so? We Too Low is going to read it no matter what?
We too low and yeah, they will read it.
Oh, my
They
God.
will read it.
Buck, is Holy Fook going to get you anything for your birthday?
No. I'm looking for We Hung Low. That would be me.
Ooh, that's your goal for this weekend, huh?
Yeah. My goal is to survive the weekend. Come back Monday because we're going to have all kinds of great news on Monday. Monday is going to be a good day on TSU. Nothing but good stories. We've had enough crazy stories over the last couple years, But for my 70th birthday, Wags, on Monday, nothing but good news all over the world.
Well, I got the hookers coming to your place, so don't worry about it.
That wouldn't be
I
good
guess it
news
ain't
at
a
my
surprise
house.
anymore. So
That wouldn't be good news in my house. I'm going to walk downstairs right now and demand an ice cream cake. And I'll let you know on Monday how that worked out.
a carvel
trouble
cake,
Sunday.
a little carvel cake, a little carvel cake with the little crunchies in there.
Oh, just a good cake. Oh, a little chocolate and some vanilla ice cream. I'm going to go demand that as a 70-year-older coming up and see. I'm going to tell you that's not going to work. There's going to be all kinds of reasons why I can't have that.
I'm a sucker for the Klondike bar, the Heath Klondike bar. Maybe I am, approaching geriatrics pretty quickly here. I love the Heath Klondike bar and sherbet. I've been a fan of from rainbow sherbet to coffee. That's where my palate's at here with the ice cream.
You're into sherbets now?
Sure. Orange cream sherbet and rainbow sherbet, and I scrape it very thin. Look at you, my guy, with the OLIPOP there.
Remember them push-ups? That was the orange sherbet?
Yeah.
The push-up, the stick always broke. Well, you're getting in trouble Sunday because remember those church people saw you at the ice cream shop already.
I know they did. I know.
Go ask today.
Hey, I'm going to find out where their allegiance is on Sunday when I'm there. If they don't squeal on me, I'm going to be pissed if they squeal on me.
You better be walking up the offering plate during communion this Sunday.
I'm going to say you can't trust those Baptists. I'm going to do it. I'm going to tell them. I'm like, I asked you not to say anything. I'm going to see if they can keep their mouth shut. I bet you they can't. I'm going to say they won't be able to.
You already squealed on yourself. What does it matter if they say?
But they're still going to squeal. They're still going to say something. They're going to say something to my wife. Oh, we saw. I'm going to go. Really? You too? Is that what you're going to do to me today?
Yeah, you should cause a scene at church on your birthday.
That's really loud in the church.
Yeah,
and then when you leave, say, "Have a blessed day." Yeah, everybody to the congregation, have a blessed day.
Just tell them that was some other black dude named Michael, not me.
Yeah,
some other black
living
dude.
out in Dripping at Amy's.
God bless all
in the middle of the day.
Oh yeah, all right, never mind.
In the middle of the day. All right, boys, listen. Have a good one. I will see you on Monday.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Out there. Thanks, guys.
Happy birthday. Have a great weekend, Buck.
See you guys Monday.
Should have had a party.
There you go. There they go. What's up, Double R? How are you, good sir?
Hi, buddy. It's been, I've been chauffeuring the wife around. She's got an out-of-town trip, so she's like, "Get up in the morning and take me to work." I'm like,
"Did you guys do some breakfast?"
We were doing good to get her to work on time. Are you kidding? Coffee.
Man, that's the best thing about leaving the house early in the morning is that you get to go get some breakfast.
No, none of that.
I am a fan of breakfast. Like if I can skip any meal, it better not be breakfast, right? Like dinner, I can skip dinner. Lunch is a no-brainer. I can skip lunch, right? Like we can work through the day and skip lunch, but I can't miss breakfast. Like
I'll have it like when I'm traveling and they have the buffet thing. I'll go do that because I need to. It's probably going to be a long day. I mean, here it's easy because I can kind of pop down and go get something down there, but typically for me, I like to eat for the first time around noon. Kind of weird, right?
No, it's not. No, so I say like I don't skip breakfast, but I mean like I probably don't eat till about like maybe 8, 9 o'clock. But if I leave the house, I force myself to eat early. Just I'll be in a shitty mood and I won't have any time to eat. Other words, I'm probably leaving the house because I gotta do stuff, and if I don't do it now, if I don't eat now, I'm not going to get anything done. So
yeah,
that's usually why I eat early in the morning when I leave the house. So, but oftentimes I'm like you to where I'm kind of procrastinating or breakfast doesn't get made until about 8:30, and then I'm probably like snacking or nibbling on it around 9 o'clock.
Yeah. And then the dinner thing, I've gotten a lot better because it used to be, I mean, I'm like that where I'd eat at 9 o'clock, eat very late. I mean, dinner would be going on and I'm like, I'll be there in a little bit.
Not supposed to eat at 7.
I
Honestly.
know.
That's what I've
gotten better with that. And the bad thing was what I would do, Wags, is I would wait till 8:30 or 9 o'clock and then eat a whole Red Baron pizza. And it's like,
yeah, that's what, like 2,000 calories right there, right?
Something like that.
So you were doing the warrior diet.
Is that what that is?
Well, I mean, that's when you eat one meal a day, but you're not supposed to do it at night. You're not supposed to do it late at night. You're supposed to do it around like midday or 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
You're supposed to do your intermittent fasting, and then you have your one meal. It's kind of like what dogs do, right? And also, it's supposed to get your digestive tract in order too, because you're only you're processing your food once and then it's all going out. Now it doesn't help break down a nutrient. It's not. Here I go with my anatomy background right here, right? It's not good with your nutrients breaking down and going throughout your body only one time a day. You're supposed to be restoring that, but anyways, that's another lesson in time, boys.
So I started taking at night. Now eating earlier and maybe eating twice a day instead of just once a day. I started taking some super papaya pills. You take those after a meal or before bed, and that helps whatever's there get broken down. It helps your shit get broken down. Works, helps. Super papaya.
Hold on, I'm reading. I'm gonna have to turn these comments off because if it's food comments, guys, it distracts the hell out of me. All right, but
Foodie Friday.
Like we see you guys. What was I, Bear? What was I pimping out there? I'm sorry, I missed that one. That kind of
hookers, my man. Hookers.
Oh yeah. I was kidding. I didn't order hookers for Bucky. I ordered them for Rodney.
Well, that was good.
Bacon, egg, cheese biscuit at McDonald's. Great start. I'm a sausage guy though, right? Like I'll eat. I'll shout out on bacon when I'm here, but I'm usually like when I'm out and about, like I'm a sausage, egg, and cheese guy, right?
Yeah.
I feel like I'm getting more, and it's very petty. It's more financial. It's not because I prefer sausage over bacon. It's if I'm going to pay for something like that and it's the same price, I'm going to get more meat for it. So that's why I elect to go with the sausage over the bacon. I feel like I'm getting more bang for my buck.
Yeah.
That is the only reason why. And I order no ice. I don't mind if the soda's a little bit warm because I want more of what I'm paying for. I'm like that. I've always been like that. Shout out to my grandfather, rest in peace. He made me like that.
For me, breakfast these days, I mean, if I can get a good fat taco or like a breakfast on a bun, for me that's ideal. Because like growing up, I mean, when I would have breakfast, my aunt would make breakfast, and it was like egg, bacon, sausage.
Did Whataburger not coin breakfast on a bun, or is that a Southern thing?
I see people throwing around breakfast on a bun and Bob's and all these different things. I thought that Whataburger would have trademarked that, but that's the first place I saw it. I mean, it's
but you're referencing Whataburger with the breakfast on the bun, right?
Yeah, the Bob. Okay. Yeah, that's where I first saw it. But I mean, and tacos too. I mean, everybody's taco crazy now. But I mean, I grew up on tacos. That's all I know. Food trucks are great. We used to call them roach coaches. So
the
whatever.
roach coach or the gut slut.
Coach. Yeah, it's
Did you guys ever call it a gut slut, or is that just me?
I'd heard it called that before.
Okay.
Here's a funny one for me. It's like when people, when they're like, oh, I think I've said this before, where it's like, I'm going to have a Topo Chico, one of them sparkling mineral water things. And it's like, they used to sell that on the roach coach. It was like hangover medication, Topo Chico. You bought it for $1 and you drank it and you felt better. If you
now it's like $4 a bottle.
Like, yeah, $4 a bottle. I'm like, dude, you couldn't give people that stuff before, but it's hip now, brother. It is hip now.
Jake, we know Whatabeezy made the Bob, but did they coin the phrase? Did they start initially with the scratch Bob? And then everyone else came up with the breakfast on a bun. I think you're right. I think it is Whatabeezy's baby. I mean, I know it's there for sure. Like it's my go-to. I usually get the sausage Bob and the honey butter. Oh, the honey butter chicken biscuit, man. That's a good breakfast. That's a good. I wouldn't have been able to have conjured something up or whipped something up like that, but man, whoever thought of that thing, bravo. You deserve a Nobel Peace Prize because you're making everyone happy and putting them at peace. That's what I'll say.
So like, let's say you're going to go out and get like a breakfast burrito or a taco. Will you go like somewhere where they have them sitting under the heat lamp and all that?
No, because the tortilla, hardens up.
Yeah, and
the tortilla hardens
not a good tortilla.
And also, like the eggs get watery usually, and I'm probably both ending it by 1 p.m. or something like that. No, man. So look, I think we've had this conversation before. Right, and we usually have them as the go-to place for burgers. But have you been to Dan's?
Oh, of course.
For the breakfast tacos?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah,
absolutely. Oh man.
It probably a year after of me going to Dan's just for burgers, people were like, and I was working in TV at the time. TV at the time, and they're like, I think it was Zach. I think it was Zach Christodoulides. He was just like, dude, go get the breakfast tacos. And I'm like, what? They got breakfast tacos? And I'm like, yeah. They're like, he's like, yeah, it's more than just a taco place or a burger place. You know, go try the breakfast burritos and breakfast tacos. I'm not going to say that they're better than their burgers because their burgers are up there. It's one of the high class premium burgers in Austin, Texas. But damn, they're breakfast tacos, amigo.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. And
it's worth driving. It's worth from where our neck of the woods are to drive down to Burnett or it's Lamar
on Airport. There's one on Airport. Is that still Dan's?
That's all the way out there. Yeah, I mean that's way out there. I think the closest one to us would be on Lamar or Burnett. I can't.
Yeah. Well, now
barbecue, I'm with Bear here too with Longhorn Bear. Rudy's got some pretty good breakfast too.
Now Rudy's and Bucky.
We ate Rudy's every Wednesday though at the radio station.
Yeah.
So it's like, damn, bro. And everybody caters out Rudy's, dude. Spectrum was getting Rudy's. The Horn was getting Rudy's. ESPN Austin was getting Rudy's. I mean, it's
yeah. I mean, now Rudy's and Bucky's are two that I will get it already pre-wrapped and made. Because they tend to they cycle them out or they front them or whatever the case is. Yeah, Bucky's.
The only thing I've had from Bucky's are the beaver nuggets.
You ain't had the barbecue.
I haven't really had. I mean, I haven't tried any other food from Bucky's. Everybody's been like, "Hey, man, you got to try the beaver nuggets before, right?"
Yeah, man.
Dave Williams, remember Dave Williams? Dave Williams is the guy that told me to try the
Happy
beaver
Dave, Mr. Happy.
Yeah, always happy Dave, right? Always fixing something, Dave. Yeah, he's the one that got me on the beaver nuggets. So that's what I tried.
Oh man, Rudy's it. Try the barbecues. Barbecue's not bad. I will tell you, the barbecue's not bad. The tacos and burritos are really good in the morning. They even have the fruit stuff that looks fresh. I don't eat that shit, but it looks good. But now I'm starving. Now
all right, yeah, and also, gents, we will be on the road here next week, so give me some ideas. Bucky's, we will stop at for sure. I just saw the pulled pork sandwich. All right, I had no idea that was a thing here. So give me items to must have. I know we got our top 5 coming down right here for opening day
brisket from the Bucky.
Give me some must have items to grab on my way out before I get to Texas. One, we always stop at the Whataburger in Texarkana. Or no, it's
where are you going? Where are you going?
We're going out east. I'm not going to say where I'm going. I'll say where I'm going. I'm going to Destin.
Oh, Destin. Okay. Yeah. Well, you're going to pass a lot of Waffle Houses. I'll tell you that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You just got to pick the right time to go in. That's all.
Yeah, you can stop in there. I think the time that we went to Destin, one of my kids counted, and I think it was 40. She has it written down somewhere. I think it was like 48 Waffle Houses that she counted. One of them. Oh yeah.
Did I ever tell you the bet that I had to pay off? No. I had to eat 24 waffles, right, at once. So
at once,
for fantasy football, this was a bet payoff. Somebody like this is what I had to do to pay off a bet. Like somebody threatened me with a good time, I took it. Last place in fantasy hockey. Normally, this isn't an admission that I like to have, but last place in the hockey league, in my fantasy hockey league, had to go sit into a Waffle House we only had one Waffle House and it was here on Airport. So that's the one I went to. You had to sit in a Waffle House and consume 24 waffles or stay an hour for as long as you like. If you couldn't consume the waffle, you had to stay that hour, right? Ooh. Or excuse me, I'm wrong. You had to stay 24 hours in a Waffle House or eat. You could eat out that's wrong phrasing, bad phrasing. You could eat down your hour, right? So you start at 24, and if you want to, stay there for only an hour, you have to consume 24 waffles. Whew. I got 20 of them, buddy. We were there for a little bit, but we were stretching, we were getting it down.
Oh yeah.
The big guy
blow up the bathroom a couple of times. Maybe. Did you blow up the bathroom a couple of times?
No. I was fine. Just a little glass of milk too to help go. And I had some orange juice, so I had some acid and some base going, and just a little thin coat of syrup there. No butter, because the butter would have fattened it up a little bit more, or just made it a little bit more filling. Yeah, man. that was the payout that we had to do. Anyways, that was a crazy story for a Friday. You want to talk some sports? Huh?
Why? I'm hungry. I want to go eat. Hey, July 4th is coming up, so I think we might have to have a hot dog on there. What, July 3rd? That'll be our last day before that? Yeah, because that's a Friday or a Saturday.
Yeah, I'll be leaving. We'll be leaving on.
You're going to be gone.
We'll be leaving on July 3rd. We actually got Mike coming out there July 3rd too, so maybe I'll have to give Mike one of my glizzies as he's coming out and checking out my pad. So
nice,
Mike. Once you meet me, you'll see how chaotic and crazy I am if you're listening to me and getting crazy and starry eyed with the glizzies there. Don't worry about it, buddy.
I texted him.
Glizzy means hot dog, gents. Glizzy means hot dog. We are all over the place this Friday. Make sure you follow us on our socials if you hadn't done so already. Hit us up on that code of text line 512-222-9328. Smash the subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. All right, buddy. Where do you want to go first, man?
I do want to tell people, because I talked about it yesterday. I did go see F1.
30 minutes, 26 minutes into the hour. Where do you want to go first?
Look, F1. I recommend it.
Yeah, here we go. All right, can you give us a really good breakdown without spoil?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I kind of know the story already just by seeing the trailer, right? But was it something that you thought yesterday? You put a little nugget in my head. If it's about Louis Hamilton and Verstappen here, Maxine Verstappen here. What do we got? Is that type of the storyline?
I'm glad I was wrong about that. I'm glad that I was totally wrong.
I was going to say, because that would have made it a very, bland type of movie, right?
The characters are fictional. The entire situation is fictional. But if you know Formula One, the more that you watch it, you're going to realize that the actual consensus of the team is not fictional. You'll be able to put that all together if you add them up together. But I will tell you, here's the cool part. So what I like about it is the cinematography, or whatever they call it, excellent.
All right, that's a good question. Dude, was it green? Could you tell that there was green screen, or was it actual footage?
This was real. This is because Brad Pitt drove. I think a McLaren at Coda.
Remember how I said Tom Cruise? I asked if Tom Cruise was in on this movie or whatever. I think he actually did some consulting with this movie. I'm going to research this. But I think it was him that did, it had helped with the camera and cinematography for that, right? Well, I'm pretty sure.
Bruckheimer, is that the dude's name? Jerry Bruckheimer.
Jerry Bruckheimer, yeah.
That's the producer, or whatever you want to call it.
The director and producer?
Director, yeah. Lewis Hamilton was a director, as was Brad Pitt. But
Lewis Hamilton was... No, he was credited and everything. Was he in the movie at all? Was Lewis Hamilton? Did you notice any drivers in the movie?
That's the best part, where you've got these two fake drivers or whatever, these two made up drivers, but they are actually racing Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, Ferrari guys. And again, these are teams from last year, because Lewis is still in a Mercedes.
Mercedes, gotcha.
But so that's the cool part.
They make cameos and everything, huh?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. A lot and interaction and so I don't want to get too much away.
Did they have lines?
Very, very short. Very short.
But I'm curious if they had interaction. I didn't expect them to have a monologue or anything like that. But
the end of it does really weigh in Lewis Hamilton, and that's a really cool part about that. But I will tell you, the sound, Wags. We talk about Tom McKay sound system.
Oh, sure.
Dude,
the sound of this
thing. No, we just saw it at Flicks. We didn't see it in IMAX because this was like a preview. It actually.
Oh, that's right. Your buddy.
Yeah, dude. I got to tell you, I go in with very low expectations when it comes to car racing movies, and I got to tell you, this one, even though some of it's made up, and of course there is a love interest at whatever, but it's not. Oh, it's not too much. It's not too much with the love interest, and that's a very cute lady in there, by the way, a little blonde lady that talks English. I think her name is Kelly or
English?
Carrie. Like a Brit.
Okay.
Carrie Collins. I don't know. I hadn't stalked her yet. I hadn't checked her out yet.
Yeah, but, there you go.
I got to tell you, Wags, I was very, very impressed. I recommend it. Hell, I might go see it again. If anybody wants to go see it again, tell me. Hit me up. Let's go watch it. And I won't give you the spoilers, because I can't give too much information because I'll spoil it. But I will tell you that the interaction, it just seems where it's fictional, it's not over the top where it's zany and it's like, it's a bunch of shit and no green screen, none of that. I mean, there are a couple of different things. And of course there's wrecks and it's just believable. Some of the pit strategy and all that is just really good if you're into that kind of stuff. So yeah, go check it out. Go check it out. Yeah. And Brad Pitt, I mean, look, man, Brad Pitt, he doesn't, God doesn't really make a bad movie very often.
Yeah, he usually doesn't. Even Troy, like he was pretty good in Troy, right? Like you could argue that Troy was one of his lamer movies, if you will, but Troy was even okay. Like you can still watch Troy on a bad day, even though it is terrible writing. It is absolute terrible writing. And Brad Pitt can't do an accent to save. He just can't. Brad Pitt can't do an accent to save his life. He was all right though in Snatch. Snatch, he did a pretty good pikey accent. I think pikey accent or whatever the hell they call it.
This is a great point because the camera angles are great. I mean, it very much is. I mean, there's a lot of technology that streamers and TV companies use right now to cover auto racing, but they did. I mean, with these different cameras that they had on the cars, and I'm telling you, what I thought was really cool was the strategy. And this is all about. No, I can't because y'all will.
No, you can say go. Come on, no, you can go.
It's one of those things to where it's like the team part of it, because you've got a young dude that's very much right now like a millennial or whatever that group is, and then you've got an older dude, and obviously there's going to be a personality clash right there, and there's going to be different thought processes and different mindsets, and then to watch all of that work itself out the way that it works itself out. It doesn't do it in typical fashion. You get the typical result where at the end, whatever happens, but it's just the whole chronology of how it works is just something I didn't see coming. Quite impressive. Wasn't rehashed. Wasn't Days of Thunder all over again or anything like that.
See,
so
I'm a fan of Days of Thunder though, man. Like people, drag Days of Thunder every now and then, but that was another Bruckheimer movie. I thought, Bruckheimer produced a fantastic Days of Thunder movie. Tom Cruise, Robert Duvall, John C. Reilly.
Yeah.
Come on, man. The crazy one, Randy Quaid.
I'm telling you, the coolest thing about Days of Thunder is that a lot of that is reality. But back then, that was where just some of the, I don't know, it kind of fit the whole stereotype of just guys out there wrecking each other, which that's pretty much what they do these days. So I'm curious to see if there's a sequel to that, how they angle that, because it very much makes sense that during the pandemic, when you had Drive to Survive, what it did to Formula One, because it was very evident in this movie where they included the personalities, which I think is so important in a movie, because you want to try to feel these people out. So highly recommend. Go check it out, friends. It's out today.
Will do, my dude. All right. You want to go top 5 or where do you want to go first for some sports?
Since we're having an auto conversation, how about this F1 review courtesy of our friends at Covert Bee Cave? That. There it is right there.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yep. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
We should do top 5 racing movies. I'm gonna pull the wheel spinner up right now and add it so I don't forget it. So
yeah, that'd be all right. Yeah, that'd be a pretty good one. Yeah, top 5 racing movies. Guys, there's a new lawyer in town. When that storm hits, you call Hurricane Hecht. That's right. Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney. And he is right here in Austin. Everything that we talk about, all the great things about Austin, maybe not traffic, involved in a traffic accident, involved in something where you need a personal injury attorney, a workplace injury. Ryan's not just a lawyer. He's a proud Longhorn through and through. He brings that same fire and pride to the courtroom. Call Hurricane Hecht. He's been fighting for justice and big results for over a decade. Young dude, been doing it for over a decade. Here's the cool part, guys. Lots of the personal injury attorneys that you see on TV yielding hacksaw Duggan 2x4s, you're going to have to pay them a retainer. You're going to have to pay for this. You're going to have to pay for that. With Hurricane Hecht, you don't pay unless you win. That's right, guys. No fees unless Hurricane Hecht gets money in your pocket. Aggressive in court, compassionate with clients, Austin-based and Texas proud. He's a friend of the show. He's a friend of BK. He's a fighter for the people. We've been talking about him here for the last several weeks. He's the real deal. Smart, tough, and relentless. Don't get bullied around by those insurance companies. Let Hurricane Hecht blow their case wide open. Call him today at 512-938-8929. I've got him in my phone. As much as we're all out and about, he is already programmed in there under Hurricane Hecht. You can also email him at ryan@hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT lawfirm.com. Check him out. The Hurricane, Ryan Hecht.
All right, amigo. Where do you want to go first, bud? Where do you want to go first?
Do you want to hit the top 5 right now, or do you want to wait? Or do you
We can
want to
wait. We can push it until 10 minutes or so before.
Yeah. Okay.
Before the fellas come on.
No, sounds good. I did want to ask you, because you mentioned this yesterday, and we kind of started talking a little bit about this maybe a couple of weeks back because we're at the halfway point of the MLB season. I guess 80, 81 games is where we're at right about now. By the way, Houston has the Cubs coming in this weekend to the Dike, and I think that's going to be a fantastic series. Houston after sweeping Philadelphia.
There you go. That's a nice little get there, getting the Phillies.
And those were like tight games. I mean, you had a 2-1 game. I mean, I think Houston, it's like they're winning those games that they seem to not be able to have won the last couple of years. Again, early, only halfway, but Astros looking awful damn smooth right now. The MVP conversation that you were talking about, obviously people are going to go to Judge and Ohtani. Yeah,
I have no clue for the MVP. I mean, All-Star voting, I think I probably have a better idea for All-Star voting, but for MVP, I mean, I think halfway through it, I still don't. I don't really have an idea of who I would pencil in there. I mean, Judge is clearly, like you just mentioned, he's probably one of the juggernauts or the stalwarts for it. But who are your ideas for it?
I mean, honestly, the two guys that, and I'm fans of these guys, I think is the main reason why they stay at the top of my list are Bobby Witt Jr. and Cal Raleigh. The catcher from Seattle, I mean, that dude has just been, I mean, he's been lights out at 69
he's the AL leading home run guy, isn't he?
32. Yeah,
32 home runs? Yeah.
32 home runs. I mean, that's and he's like in this list of players.
Where the hell did the Mariners have this guy at?
I know.
Where were they keeping him hidden away? What farm club was he on?
Yeah, when you want to talk about somebody that, again, I mean, I know who Cal Raleigh is, but I mean, where this has come out, where this has started to happen, this dude is like unbelievable, and fourth catcher with 330 home run season.
When's the last time we saw a catcher leading the league in home runs?
And he's got I don't know if he's leading. I don't know if he's leading. He may.
I'm pretty sure he leads. I'm pretty sure
Judge may be ahead of him. Judge may be ahead of him. I don't know, but
I'll pull it up and check right now.
Okay. But I mean, seriously, this dude is unbelievable. I mean, he's batting 275, but I think part of it is to where we talk about
28. Riley's got 32.
Nice.
Riley leads with 32.
And he's pretty damn close to his career high. We're barely halfway into this thing, Wags. This dude is about to, Piazza. Yeah. Yep. I think that this dude's about to have an, barring injury, that this dude's about to have an amazing season. I mean, so
he's already having an amazing season. He leads in RBI, of course, RBIs and home runs kind of go hand in hand there, but he leads in RBIs too. I mean, we're probably going to see 40, maybe a 50. I mean, if he's at 32 now, you'd like to think that he's on trajectory for probably 50, potentially 55, 110, 110 RBIs here. One hell of a season, man. Hello, Brady Anderson had a couple of seasons like this too, bud.
And I think that's where these dudes.
I'm not saying that he's juicing. I'm just making a tongue-in-cheek Friday joke. That's all.
Well, I mean, you go back and look, because I saw this morning, where you go back and you look at like the home run kings, some of the home run leaders. I mean, I think one season at this point, Barry Bonds had 35, I may be wrong on that. Sammy Sosa was in a category too, to where this dude had 12 home runs in May.
I don't know if he's going to get up in Barry Bonds' neck of the woods there. I don't. I mean, he's come on like a rocket here out of nowhere, right? I mean, you'd like to think that it's going to sizzle out or fizzle out at some point, but I mean, dude, if you're on a 10, and honestly, what's his? I haven't even seen his average either.
275. 275.
Okay, so that's not. I mean, he's seeing the ball well too. So, maybe he's gonna keep hitting the damn long ball. He's doing something. He's seeing the pill pretty damn good.
Well, and the other guy, I mean, my other guy, Bobby Witt Jr. with the Royals. I mean, with Kansas City, that dude's at 283. So they're kind of right there.
But that's known. Like Bobby Witt Jr. We know that dude can hit. Like he's done it. Back-to-back seasons now. This guy came out of nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Bobby Witt, you got 20 bases that he's bagged. I mean, it's just a full skill set that he has, and his slugging average and all that.
Speaking of catchers, Will Smith is up there too with average there. 325 for Will Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Catcher from the Dodgers there. So
yeah. No, so it I mean Cal Raleigh, I mean when I hear MVP, I'm like, boy, that would be really damn cool. But I mean, obviously the attention.
I think it's still too soon to tell, right? We're gonna see how this fizzles out. But I mean, also you got to look at where the M's are. M's are what? Breathing down. They're what? What's the shit? I just messed.
I think they're 5.5 games back.
5.5 games out now.
5.5 maybe
they're in
6 games
contention.
now.
If they're racing for a wild card, then I'm sure he'll be in the conversation for it. But I mean, ultimately, dude, like if you're leading the league if you're leading Major League Baseball in home runs, I would assume, especially if you're not a known name and not a marquee name, I'm assuming you're probably going to be at the top of the conversation for MVP of the league. I would assume. I would assume.
That's the way that system should work, because to me, most valuable player is most valuable player to your team, and he seems to be pretty valuable there. Ramirez from the Guardians is another guy that just has amazing stats, but it just, you're not going to get those guys with the top two, Judge and Ohtani. That's just the way it works.
So I saw this too. So Rob chimes in also, guys. Did YouTube do something weird with all of our screen names? I have no idea what's going on with your screen names. Usually we have you in here as Pookie and Cute Little Bird and Sweet Pea, and I give you guys all little nice nicknames. But now, the computer's spitting different language at me here.
Yeah, like
writing in code.
Like Jake has, that looks like an email address or something.
Yeah, you guys look like you're like you got bot names and stuff like that. Like I see a little bit of your names, and then they put like a little bit of a number and a couple of letters after that too. So it's a little funky. Like there's CB2000 though. We all know that's his his robotic name.
That's crazy. Oh, yeah, I don't know what
clearly it's your all's handles. I got you.
That stuff changes all the time, because it's like, you remember there for a while, like if you were whatever, you had a green thing above your name, you had like a green label above your name. So
where did the hyphen PI8RU come from? Or was that just generated for you there, Rob?
Pi8RU. Dude, I don't know.
I thought maybe he was doing some classic concentration. That's another idea. Good game. Oh no, we did games. We did game show hosts. We didn't do game shows.
Yeah.
Top 5 ideas. Speaking of which, I guess we should get to the top 5, right?
Might as well dive in. You want to talk about
5? Go ahead.
You want to hit AV right quick before we do that?
We'll do. Audiovisual consultations, lottery numbers 512-255-8678. Again, it's 512-255-8678. The AV consultation website has all of the gallery of projects that you need to see over the past 37 years. They've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation. During that time, just go to that website at avconsultations.com and see the gallery of projects You guys can see for yourself, no job's too big, no job's too small. You can get the trifecta setup that Rodney has with the 3 TV screens. He's got 2 65-inchers, and he's got a 75-incher right there to kind of tie it all together. BK's got the 4 TV setup with the video walls that you can put together. I got the twin babies right here, 2 TVs side by side, and then also got the Dream Theater downstairs. We're going to be calling Tom McKay up in audiovisual consultations, getting the crew out here, and adding to the patio because we're getting the pool put up in the background there, or in the backyard there, and we're going to have a TV to watch, the birds during the dog days of summer as we're, kind of lounging out in the poolside area. So anyways, like I said, no job's too big, no job's too small. Just give the guys a call, 512-255-8678. That's abconsultations.com.
That's right. Also want to remind you about McCall Custom Homes. You heard it a while ago. Wags has Mike
Wednesday.
coming out. And,
Mike's coming out Wednesday.
Mike's coming out Wednesday, and Mike can come out to your place. 512-633-9580. Free estimates right now. If you're a Texas Sports Unfiltered listener, check those folks out. You got a home renovation project like Wags is doing there. Wags is doing lots of different things to his property, upgrading, adding value to his property. You know that tagline, we build value into your home. Well, that's what Wags is about to do. That's what I've done. That's what Bucky's done. That's what Central Texans have been doing for over 40 years. A father-son tandem right there. They will take care of you just like they take care of all of us. We trust our property to them. You should as well. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check out the gallery of projects right there. Get that estimate. Don't call them late. Got a little one. Still little. But be sure and get in touch with Mike and his team. Again, step by step, walking hand in hand with you as that process is going. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com. Check them out today. We build value into your home. Somebody's doing a home improvement project because there's a cement truck out in front of my house just making a lot of noise, Wags. So
you gotta love when that happens. It's probably Google Fiber or AT&T Fiber putting.
Oh, they got they have our neighborhood.
They busted my gas pipe, buddy. They busted my gas lines.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm serious as a heart attack, man. So they had to come out here. I had to have Atmos come out and fix the gas lines. It messed with the water, the water heater and everything. Thankfully I know how to turn the pilot on for the water heater and shit like that. But it's just inconvenience. It's a pain in the ass, and if you're gonna do a job, do it right. And I don't know. I'm always mad when something happens to my place. So
the thing about it is, where I felt a little better about it because we got the notice, we got the thing on the door to where it's like,
no, we did not have to evacuate. Thankfully, we did not have to evacuate. No gas got inside the house. Nothing was. They were able to locate and fix the leak very fast. And credit to Atmos too for being on top of things and figuring it out that there was a gas leak going on through the neighborhood. You could smell it. It was pretty evident, right? People that were walking their dogs could smell how potent it was. Thankfully, nobody lit a match. We didn't have Uncle Lewis there trying to light a cigar there with the Griswold family Christmas. Everything was fine. Atmos came. The only thing that really pisses me off, man, is and this sucks too, right? Because it is so. Those of you guys that live here, man, all you all know how hard it is to grow grass in Texas. You got to have the perfect trees in your yard for the right shade. You got to have you pay for watering and sprinkler systems to get your lawn looking great and pristine, right? And soil isn't exactly the best here either. I'm from the East Coast where soil just was rich. It was awesome. It was fantastic. Green grass on your feet was a way to go in the summertime. Here, it's rough and coarse, right? And you have to put a pretty penny in for your grass to look good.
Absolutely.
I have a huge metal plate and every day. It's just disgusting to look at. A steel plate in my yard now, probably about 4x4 or 3x4. It's a rectangle. It's not a square. But yeah, and then there's dirt just all around it. They didn't put any sod down around it or anything to kind of fill and kind of backfill. I'm a little bit disgruntled and upset with AT&T Fiber, man. Pretty pissed off, as a matter of fact.
So the thing about it here,
I had a nice yard, Rodney. I had a pretty nice yard, man.
I'm right there with you because we have spent a pretty penny, and we have a guy that comes out here because it was like I've talked about it before, where all that shit was dead out front. I mean, there was no saving it. I mean, it was there were roots and just all these different. He came out and fixed all of that, and when they started talking about, so when AT&T Fiber came in, they did a really good job. Those dudes came in.
AT&T Fiber is the ones that banged up,
that jacked up yours. No, they put everything. I mean, the trenches, everything that they built, that they put it all back, and it's grown back. What concerned me with Google Fiber, because now with that notice that they sent, they said we're going to be in the easements, and I'm like, okay, sure, you're going to be in the easement. They've stayed in the easements because I don't want them messing up my shit.
Sure,
because
yeah,
it costs a lot of money.
Of course. Now I think so. They were blocking my driveway too, AT&T Fiber, and I said something to him, and I let the littlest things run amok with my mind here. I'm starting to think that, or I did think, I put it in the back of my mind that the reason why my line had a gas leak in it is they deliberately did it because I bitched at him for blocking my driveway for 4 hours, right? And
man, I would hope
of course I'm going to say something. It's my house. You know, if you don't allow my son and my wife to get into their, into the driveway. I don't have a car anymore, but I mean, they do, and you're forcing them to park down the street. I got a problem with that. I'm going to take exception. So I'm going to tell you to move if you're blocking my driveway.
Mm-hmm.
And I was the only one out of all the neighbors around me to have a gas leak. So I of course they'd get in serious trouble if they did that. It's the one thing that is on the back burner in my mind is that somebody would have done that. So,
and I have to tell you, because it has been a really good experience. I mean,
they blocked it for 4 hours.
Oh, no, that's
4 hours.
Bullshit.
That's not an exaggeration. They blocked my driveway for that long.
It's two spots in the easement out front where they've worked right now. But here's what's been really impressive is they've actually come because they've been, I think, out on our street for like 4 days. At the end of the day, like when it starts getting dark for real, like at 8:15, you guys are right. They come and they're like running a street sweeper through this shit. So I'm like, okay, now that's cool because they're making a mess. It's loud, but knock on wood, because today they're gonna fuck something up and I'm going to be pissed, just like you are. That's bullshit, dude.
I'm over it now, but it's still, I don't like it's a gross steel plate in my yard with probably about 1.5 feet of
the little square one, right? Square.
It's a square one. It's about 3x4. But the rough thing about it is I don't even have grass going up to the box. I have about 1.5 feet of dirt all around the perimeter and it just looks like shit. So
yeah.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, it sucks because when you pay to have nice stuff and then it gets messed up by utility workers and they're not willing to fix it. It chaps my ass.
The irrigation systems are what concerns me when they just start randomly poking holes where I'm like, dude, there's I paid good money to have somebody come install that cheap on the DL. So be careful where you're sticking that.
Oh, I've complained. I guess I gotta complain to the right guy, Patrick. Thanks for the heads up. I'll say something to either Atmos or AT&T Fiber, whichever one happened and caused the issue. But yeah, I want my grass replaced. Not to be the old guy, barking at the sky or whatever, talking about stay off his lawn. But I want my grass replaced. I paid for it. It took a lot of time, a couple of years to get my grass looking like this, right? Time and effort, man. I want atonement for it. I want some symbolic atonement. That's what I want.
Yeah, you need to go on the Nextdoor app and raise hell.
No, nothing happens on Nextdoor. Nothing, or the neighborhood watch.
Yeah, everybody just agrees. You're right. Okay, what are we gonna do now?
Neighbor 33. Yes, you are correct.
Yeah, that happened to me.
Buddy. We've procrastinated enough. We got to get to this thing. Top 5 opening day performances, man. I'll give you Greens, amigo. I've taken it the last 3 times. Go ahead, good sir.
I'll start, and I did a very not Ronnie thing where I kind of went current. Maybe one that's in progress right now. This year when O'Neill hits another home run for the 6th consecutive year on opening day, I think that's pretty big deal for Tyler O'Neill. He's kind of got six in a row. So
there you go. Hey, are you playing favor to me because my birds ain't doing that good?
No, man. I'm trying to be current because Wags, I put my list together. And we probably all look in the same places, and everything's old. I'm like, all right, let me, speaking of get off my yard, let me be a young guy here and add something that's still going. So it's worth watching on opening day. I watched that game when he hit the home run. I'm like, boom, there he goes, 6. Nice. That's number 5.
I wanted to say that I wanted to kind of preface this too, like, and I have 3 current day players on my list. But here's the thing, like, I want to give a shout out and mentions to like Bob Gibson, Kurt Gibson, of Walter Johnson's number 1 on my list, of course. Spoiler alert, of course, but I never saw it. I never saw the game, right? I've only seen articles and the snippets and stuff. I wish I would have been able to see a performance like that. 15 innings, like, we'll get to it here, but still, like, it's just absolutely impressive and crazy. Baseball is just not played like that anymore, and or men aren't expected to put their bodies on the line like that anymore. And hell, over 100 pitches, the skipper is starting to look at the pitching coach and be like, hey, let's get him out of there, right? It usually, you just don't get performances like that. But when you do get something like that, and it's just magical to watch. But yeah, I have to give a shout out to those guys, because I do not have Bob Gibson on my list. I don't have Kirk Gibson on my list either.
I didn't either. I think probably the only person that we know that, at least on staff, that may have seen that game as a kid was Bucky. That
maybe, perhaps, but I went with my memory, right? Like, I went with I tried to go with recall here, all right, with what wowed me as a kid, okay, and what wowed me as a journalist covering baseball and being in radio and stuff. So, my number 5, again, I thought you were kind of playing favor to me. Tyler O'Neill, 100%. 5 years in a row now, man, hitting a home run on opening day. So that's just nothing to be sneezed at. I again, not probably the greatest to ever do it or greatest performances of all time, but to have that going in succession, I think it's fantastic. My number 4, I'm probably gonna placate to you a little bit. It's the same. It's the same type of way, but he was doing it. It seemed. I think O'Neill actually did it longer than him, so I should probably have Springer at number 5 instead of 4. But I got George Springer. Like, it seemed every year George Springer would just hit a dong and put boost the Astros to a win on opening day. It seemed like death taxes, the Astros winning the West, and George Springer collecting for him and rounding the bases for a home run on opening day for the Astros. George Springer's my number 4.
I have him too. I have that.
He's got multiple. Does he have multiple home runs in opening day?
I think at least a couple of times.
I thought so.
I have him too, because and again, that's where that's our teams. That's the ones that we're really drawn into when we see that happen.
Yeah, and this too, like Jake Brink, like Fellers, 1940. I would have loved to see that, man. I would have loved to see that.
And what's so cool about it now is you think about some of these different ones that we're going to get to that we can't. I mean, you couldn't see it live. Like, now these things that happen, like with O'Neill, you can just turn that on and watch it happen.
Jake, Rob brings a really good joke here. Yeah, the only time that O'Neill's ever healthy, usually after the first week he breaks, he's done.
Yeah. So 4 for me, because Springer's 2 for me, so 2's out of the way. I went back to the Mondesi game, 1999 for the Dodgers.
1999, man, my senior year, dude. What, he had 6 RBIs?
Yeah, 6 RBIs, man. That's 2 home runs, 6 RBIs. That's how you start the season, man. That is how you start the season. And opening day is just so different, because it's like, it's on a big stage.
Vince Scully was on the call too. Like,
man.
There's just things in baseball and things in life that you remember. And it was my senior year, going into my senior year, and it was just, it was my senior year. I was getting ready to go off to college. That's what was going down. Just Vince Scully on the call, and Raul Mondesi steps in.
Mondesi.
And it's another home run for Raul Mondesi. Not only does he have a cannon in the field, he's got a bat he's got lumber on the platers or whatever. Just a fantastic call, but Vin was great. But yeah, Raul Mondesi, that's my number 3 as well. So
yeah,
boom.
Yeah.
That was your number 4, Raul Mondesi?
Yeah, he's number 4 for me. Springer was number 2.
Raul Mondesi was 3. Springer's number 2 for you.
Springer's number, and that's just more being an Astros fan. Look, here's what concerns me now about with this Astros team right now that's surging. It's like we keep talking about Jeremy Pena. I'm like, oh shit, he's going to be just like those guys. He's going to get away. He's going to get away. Who's next? I mean, I don't want to think that far yet. I think those contract talks have even like stopped. So let's not put the cart ahead of the horse here. But so that was 4. 3 I went to Dimitri Young. Dimitri Young in 2005, 4 for 4, 3 home runs, hit by a pitch, 5 RBIs.
5 RBIs.
5 RBIs. Yeah, that's 3.
So I left Dimitri Young off, right? Because I have to put my
Presley.
guy.
I was thinking about Presley too, the Jim Presley game, but I didn't see that one. That's the other part. I didn't actually see that live. So anyway.
Do you remember a 2020 20C? Do you remember a 2023 opening day performance by Adley Rutschman?
I do. Oriole. Yes, I do.
And it was a screamer, 10-9.
Yep.
Right. And of course, I'm going to remember the birds, right? 10-9, Adley Rutschman, 5 for 5 performance, my guy. 5 for 5. One of the best performances I've ever seen. The only thing that probably Josh Hamilton has the best live game hitting display I've ever seen in my life. And it was against, coincidentally, it was against the Orioles.
Yeah.
But besides that, Adley Rutschman put on an absolute hitting clinic that day. He was 5 for 5, hit by a pitch, or excuse me, not hit by a pitch. Home run, had a walk as well, and only had 4 RBIs, but still, in a 10-9 barn burner of a baseball game. Adley Rutschman's opening their performance it resonates and will live with me for a long time, my guy. That's number 2.
Yep. Number 1. I mean, I had to go to the Kershaw.
That's Clayton's number 1, man.
And
to be able to do it on the mound and then rake at the plate.
Yeah, hit a home run. To me, what's so cool about that is because that's the year that I think I've told this story on here before also, where I was at a real estate conference in Arizona and we went to spring training. We had access to the Dodgers. We were like, we had a friend of a friend of a friend that got us in there. And that's when I signed autographs I was walking out with
live?
I met Kershaw that year.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say you were at that game.
Oh, no. I met him at spring training. I got to talk to him for a little bit. So then when that happened, it's like, oh, dude, that's badass. He talked to me. Look what happened. I had nothing to do with it. But yeah, that's the day that I was a Dodger walking through with all those fans and I signed autographs.
Rodriguez.
Who's that dude in a polo? Who's that dude in a because they dressed us all up, Wags. We had a Dodger polo. I still have it. A cap and all of that. And everybody wanted autographs. I'm like, shit, I'll sign an autograph. So
2013, one hell of a gem that Clayton Kershaw spun. 9 innings, 4 hits allowed. No
walks.
Sorry, had 7 Ks, no walks, no hits. Or excuse me, 4 hits. My bad, 4 hits. But yeah, then he had a home run, a dinger at the plate too.
94 pitches. 94 pitches.
94 pitches for sure. We would be remiss if we didn't mention, Walter Johnson, of course. 15 innings, 6 hits allowed, 0 runs, 3 walks, and then 9 Ks. With the Senators win 1-0 over the Athletics. I wasn't around to see that. I wasn't around to see Fellers, and I don't have a memory of Bob and Kirk Gibson. I'm sorry, guys. I just wanted to go with some of the stuff that was on my memory and some of my favorite moments in baseball's opening day performances. Not the greatest of all time, but probably my top 5 of all time. I would love to hear yours. I would love to read yours. If you guys could put them in the chat channel for us to read as we watch over Jordan and I believe it is Will today, or it could be Nick. No, it's Friday. Nick.
Yeah,
Nick on Fridays. Yeah. Usually Nick on Fridays. But yeah, if we could read over your favorite top 5s. during their show, and then also, throughout the afternoon show, but also, tweet at us, get us on our socials too. Hit us up with your top fives on our socials as well. But thank you guys. We appreciate your all's patience with the top five. This is a segment that's kind of growing into something. We've had a few people reach out to us about sponsors for the top five. We'll be getting back to you with that shortly here. But yeah, it's been fun kind of conjuring up these top fives. And you guys have been great with the ideas too, helping us get the ideas for the top five.
Yeah. Let us know, because it's fun. And the cool thing about it is a lot of times when you go back and you start looking for stuff, and even just like your mind goes back and it's like, oh shit, forgot about
1:30 in the morning. I'll be like, oh, I gotta get up. I gotta put that on the top five. You know what I mean? I gotta write that down.
No, that's a great bit, man. Yeah. You guys keep throwing those topics out there, and we'll get to them.
What do we? Anything crazy? Things? Any Friday fruitions? Anything gonna come to fruition over the weekend here?
I know that there's a lot of things going on recruiting wise. There's a lot of visits, and with 7-on-7 that the guys will talk about, I'm sure, because they're in the CS College Station. So that coming up. But again, like I've said, Wags, and I had somebody reach out and say, I kind of like what you said about the whole commitment thing. I'm like, yeah, I follow it, but I don't dig into it as much as I should.
It can change at a moment's notice.
Yeah, it's like I want it to be solidified, when they're on campus going to work at their job or being a student athlete, whatever it is. That's when I'll get a little more excited about it. But I think, I saw today, it looks like the Texas State thing is about done, to the Pac-12. I think there's a Board of Regents.
Are they going to sign the done deal?
It seems like they're having a Board of Regents meeting or whatever on Monday. That would be the final attaboy, and off they go. It looks like
welcome to the club, Johnny.
Welcome to the club. Louisiana's Tech to the Sun Belt. So all that maneuvering is going to continue to happen. The draft is done. Not really anything that blew me off the map last night whatsoever. But
EA is going to have to make some updates real quick before before they launch and release college football 26. That was the most frustrating. That's why you work in sprints, guys, so you can go back and just put in updates and updates and updates, man. Agile methodology. Gotta love it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Here's another one. I do like this here, what Rob's talking about from the with the Red Sox when Pedro debuted there. With Roger Clemens. Yeah, I remember that was 80. I don't know, 84, 85, 86, something like that. Maybe 83. No, 84.
No, that was later than that.
Was it later than that?
Yeah. Pedro Martinez?
I don't know. Give us a year. Well, that dude played forever.
Pedro Martinez, that has to be like 98. Yeah, I was going to say 98. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Got you. I'm bass backwards. It's all this noise.
We went 1 year. I was gonna say, Boston had a pretty nice little pathway there with pitchers. They're starting pitchers from the Rocket there to Pedro.
Yeah,
I was gonna say like Pedro wasn't there that early. I mean, he's been he was around the league a long time, but I don't remember him being that early.
Yeah, no doubt. That's really it. I mean, the shifting there, maybe a little bit of that with whatever the case is.
Let's get into strength of schedules for SEC on Monday.
Yeah.
Let's break down the strength of schedules for the SEC conference.
Yeah. You guys be ready. Get your schedules out, and we'll start breaking all of that down for you as we welcome in the aforementioned Nick Harris.
What's up, Nick? What's going on, guys? How we doing?
Doing well. What you got this weekend?
Oh, not too much. Heading to New York tomorrow. So just
why?
I love New York City. I love New York City. No one can tell me differently.
I have some concerns over the past couple of years, but 5 years ago when I went, it was still fantastic. But usually, it was one of my favorite cities, man. But I got one of my good friends, Al Walsh, lives in New York, and he says it is. He's looking to get out of there, man.
I would never live there. I would say that. I would never live there. I mean, the job would have to be crazy for me to live there.
Yeah, and that's just it. He's trying to look for another job and get the hell out of there. So.
But the one thing about New York is anything that you could ever crave food-wise, you can find it. There's
that's what my wife says. She loves New York.
3 in the morning, walk downstairs. That's it.
That's
Walk
it.
downstairs 3 a.m, get a slice of pizza, get some ice cream, do whatever you want. You ain't got it in your fridge. Somebody's got it downstairs in a shop.
Damn right.
Yep. How's Brazos County, buddy?
Beautiful Brazos County, man.
Beautiful Brazos.
Someone had a late night.
Nah, man, I don't know where else to do the show in here. This only desk, and these blinds are terrible. Like, the ones are see-through, and these ones only go so far. Just dumb. Classic call.
What are they in the voyeurism there? It only goes so far. They want to let you see in the room.
No, like, instead of having the full rack, it's like it goes like right here, and there's just an open space.
Yeah, we don't like it.
Okay.
We want the full rack.
Little window of happiness there, huh?
For easy access.
No shout out for the Hilton Garden Inn and College Station.
All right, gents. Well, hey, we're gonna get out of your all's hair, man. Let y'all have a great show and a great weekend, man. Hey, be safe out there in College Station, brother. Be safe.
Absolutely. Great weekend. Happy birthday, Bucky.
Happy birthday, Bucky. 70, the 7-0.
There it is.
Later, boy.
For sure. Well, Nick, we haven't talked about the NBA since Monday. The NBA draft happened since Monday. Big Miami Heat guy yourself. Any thoughts coming out of Wednesday and Thursday's draft?
Hold on. You know where my allegiances lie.
Okay, Golden State fan.
There we go. I'm a Jimmy Butler guy, and yes, CB. Happy June 27th. Shout out to all the H-Towners out there. That's a good one. But no, NBA draft, the Golden State Warriors, I mean, they only had like 2 picks late in the second round, so I'm not too keen on, talking about them. But there were some interesting decisions made. I want to focus on the Ace Bailey conversation, though, because this is getting really fascinating. So for those that are not familiar, Ace Bailey, guard at Rutgers, he was one of 2 Rutgers players picked in the top 5 and was a consensus top 5 overall pick. Leading into the draft, he canceled workouts with various teams and told teams, hey, don't draft me. And one of those teams was in the top 5, and that's what's been reported, but no one has said which team that is. Now it's starting to come out. He was drafted by Utah with the number 5 overall pick, and he canceled his workout with the Utah Jazz leading into the draft. And you see him when he's picked by Utah on stage, and he doesn't show one bit of emotion. But
did you see the guy get picked by the Raptors and he stands it up and goes, fuck, and then shakes his head?
I took that differently. I did see that, but I think people are taking that out of context. I think he's like, fuck, I just got drafted. That's how I took it. But yeah. I could see how it could be taken, though. But yes, as CB is saying here, he did not fly to Utah. They're having their press conference today with all their new draft picks, and it doesn't appear that he's going to be one of the guys at the press conference. Now, however, Danny Ainge is in the front office or leading the front office in Utah. He's not going to he's going to stand tall in this standoff, I guess, that they're going to have here. It's going to get fascinating, but we're looking at a Eli Manning or Bo Jackson situation where, the team that drafted him, sayonara, I'm not going there. So pretty fascinating.
Is he going to 1,000% get traded?
I have no idea. And it's still not 100% confirmed that he's not going to show up to Utah. But it's going to be a fascinating thing to follow. And I mean, I don't know though. Utah's not a bad place to go. There's worse places to go in the top 5. He said that the Wizards were one of his preferred destinations. It's what the hell are we doing?
That's what I said.
Who wants to go to the black hole of the NBA? That is easily the black hole of the NBA right now. But it's fascinating. I mean, Utah's not a bad place. Like I said, they have talent. They have Lauri Markkanen. They have young guards. They have Keontae George. They have Colin Sexton, Jordan Clarkson. It's not a bad place to be. I don't get it. They were a 1 seed not that long ago. I understand they had a couple different pieces at that time, but it's a good place to be. It's not awful.
Yeah. CB, with Windhorst saying that Utah won't give in, does that mean to a trade? Because if this just turns into a standoff, can't he just not play for them and they wasted a 5th draft pick, the 5th overall pick in the draft,
Yeah, technically. And if he doesn't sign his contract, I don't know how it works in the NBA, but I know in the NFL, he would have the option of just going back through the draft cycle next year. I guess he'd play in the G League this year, or I don't know how that would work. I really don't.
Take his ass to Lafayette, like Rodney Smith said.
Yeah, something like that.
Wasn't that where LaMelo was?
Lithuania.
Lithuania, yeah.
He's going to be playing for the Guangdong Dragons.
Yeah, man, that is going to be an interesting situation because, I mean, like, what do you trade for the 5th overall pick that hasn't played in the NBA yet? No.
Yeah, and NBA draft trades are so vastly different than NFL trades, but I'm curious to see what that would look like.
You know what he's referencing here?
Kristaps Porzingis?
Yeah. When they drafted him, that Knicks video, who the fuck is this guy? Who is this guy?
Pingus.
He went 3 overall.
Well, speaking of New York teams not drafting well, the Brooklyn Nets, boy, oh boy, they had themselves a weekend, man. The Brooklyn Nets and the New Orleans Pelicans, what the hell are you doing? It was a rough weekend for both of them. So Derek, first off, Joe Dumars, the head of basketball operations now for the New Orleans Pelicans, great player in the 80s and 90s, played on those Pistons teams. There was a trade that he made to go acquire Derek Queen, and he basically traded their entire draft capital and their entire cabinet. He's like, you know what? You can have everything I have. We want that pick to go get Derek Queen. Derek Queen's a great player. Don't get me wrong. I think he's going to be fun, but I don't know. That's going to be fascinating. And then he doubles back with his first two-way contract after the draft is over. And who does he get? Hunter Dickinson. That's exactly who you want whenever the draft is over. Oh my God, New Orleans Summer League is going to be a shit show. It's going to be Derek Queen, Hunter Dickinson, and they might call me or you, Jordan. They're going to need some guards.
Did you see this? The meme where it's like Zion Williams got excited. He thought they drafted
Zion Robinson.
Yeah, Mansfield receiver. No, yeah. Zion Williamson got excited. He thought they drafted Derek Queen. But I don't know. Do you see that Hunter Dickinson commercial?
Was it the State Farm or something?
It was LinkedIn.
Oh, no, I did not see
He's
that.
like, everyone's always told me to get a job. Well, I'm getting one. It was like one of those. It was pretty funny.
Well, speaking of, you see Derek Queen updated his LinkedIn profile to say that he's a basketball player for the New Orleans Pelicans. You know who also has a LinkedIn profile? Dak Prescott, which is super random for no reason. And it literally says, like, quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. Like, yeah, no shit.
What's wrong with them having a LinkedIn?
I don't know. It's just strange. Like, I feel like LinkedIn is for, like, you know, people who are, like, trying to get their brand and their name out there and network with people. Like, dog, you're Dak Prescott. Like, just, you can call anybody and they'll answer. Like, you don't need a LinkedIn.
Yeah, good point. Back to Kristaps Porzingis, the trade to Atlanta. Have you seen the speculation on that?
What about the speculation?
How people think he has AIDS.
Oh, yes, I have seen.
And they're like, "Hey, this is a good destination."
That's been going back for quite a few months because he's had this mystery illness, and during the playoffs, I mean, he was down like 25 pounds, and there'd be games where he'd have to check out because he was like out of energy, and he like sweat through like his jersey. And it's just like, I don't know, man.
Weird stuff right there.
There is some strange stuff. He got that magic disease.
Yeah. You know anything about this? Pelicans Twitter is beefing with Bill Simmons.
It doesn't surprise me. Bill Simmons has found himself beefing with a lot of people these days.
Yeah.
Shout out to our boy Corey Mose, who got a shout out from the Pelicans Twitter account. I don't know if you saw, but he had a video that went viral on draft night where his mom was writing down all of the draft picks because his dad was at work and she wanted to hand it to him whenever his dad got back home. I guess
Corey's
he doesn't
parents?
Yeah, Corey's parents, Corey Mose. So shout out to our boy Corey Mose. I forget which Austin area news station he's at, but yeah, he's everywhere. House of Highlights, Bleacher Report.
God, House of Highlights. I remember when that was first starting on Instagram. It just made me feel old.
Yeah.
Made me feel old. Man.
Okay, there we go.
Mo's pops must not know. Let's not have one of these bad boys. You know,
that's what I was thinking. I was like, hey man, regardless, that's dope.
Yeah. How's it been out there on the East Coast?
So far, so good. I got a vacation coming up. Technically next week. It starts technically today, but I'm gonna ride along with you guys for about another week or so, and then I'm gonna call it after July 4th for a week. But looking forward to it. I actually just planned out my entire training camp, my entire season yesterday. I'm getting a lot of things done logistically in my brain. This is the time of the year where like I get shit done in my life. So that's where I'm at.
Any college games you got on that schedule?
I wanted to do Texas Ohio State, but it's going to be super tough because I would have to be back in the Star literally the next morning, and there's not any flights from Columbus straight to Dallas that would get me back in time. So I'm just going to watch that one from the crib. I'll sneak over to a Texas game at some point in time, and then I'll be covering the Big 12 championship. I'll be covering the Cotton Bowl. We'll go from there.
When you go to Oxnard?
Driving out July 17th, and it's going to be about a 3-day trek, and it's going to be fun. Oh, Bayless, I would love to do the game at Gainesville. That'd be a dream. Could probably end up snagging some tickets for that game too, but just depends on what's going on that weekend. What weekend is that? What's the date for that?
Yes, the wrong guy.
Yeah, I feel like Bayless or CB will have that on hand.
I want to try to go to the game in Athens or Gainesville, and I would try to do like a recruiting trip and see kids on Thursday and Friday night before.
Yeah,
there's kids in Florida or Georgia I could see.
That'd be the play.
But I don't know. I'd probably do Athens just because like
October 4th
Swamp seems pretty damn extreme, and at the same time, like Georgia hasn't lost in Athens since like 2018 or 2019. So
yeah.
We'll see. And, they've obviously had Texas's number 2-0 versus them since they've been in the conference. But yeah, so we are currently kind of shacking up in the hotel until the big schools start around 1 p.m.
You say the big schools, but there was a big school that went 3-0 yesterday in pool play down there at the Texas State 7-on-7 Championships in College Station. You happen to know the team I'm thinking about?
You going to say Tyler Chapel Hill?
Them Chapel Hill Bulldogs, damn it. They are 3-0. They're going to roll over Brownwood today in the bracket play and head on their way to a championship.
Can you name one player that plays for Chapel Hill now that Ricky Stewart and Demetrius Brisbane are gone?
Nope. Not one.
As you
I can name pretty much their entire coaching staff. Good people.
Yeah. There you go. No, in Division 2 and Division 3, the small schools, they the only kid for us is Jalen Lott. Mike talked to him yesterday. Very, very, very unlikely to end up going to Texas and
really
July 8th. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen that, but USC and Oregon have been trending the last few weeks, and hey, that's how it works. Those schools, they view them as the receiver one of their class or receiver one left on the board. And it's not that I would say Texas doesn't either. They have Caden Finley right in front of him, but Texas just paid Khalil Lockett, Jamie French, Dalen McCutcheon, Michael Terry. Like, those are 3 5-stars, and the only one who wasn't is a top 100 prospect or is just outside the top 100. That's very expensive.
Yeah.
And barely any of those guys are going to play this year. Some of them might not even play year 2 because the entire receiver room can come back next year except maybe DeAndre Moore, who has his chance to leave early for the NFL. So, it'll be interesting to see how they fill out the rest of the receiver class. They have Chris Stewart committed, they have Colin Brown committed, and Caden Finley is also trending away from Texas like Lott is. So,
is Jalen Lott, is track part of his recruitment, or is this a football pure recruitment?
It's weird. Like, up until like this month, if you asked him, like, you're going to run track, he's like, yeah, probably. Some schools are talking about it. Now it's like, yeah, I'm running track. So I think basically one of the schools on the OBs is like, you're running track here. This is exactly how you do it. And then the other ones found out, and now they're all pitching the same thing. That's usually how it works with stuff like that. But I'd look out for Oregon and USC there. Honestly, USC, they have a very, very, very competitive high offer. I actually wouldn't say it's competitive because it's higher than everyone else's. by a pretty large amount.
It
But
is the competition.
yeah. The USC is the competition, and he's committing July 8th. I still think Texas can maybe change, what's going on here before July 8th. But now that I've heard a little bit more info, don't think that's happening. So we'll see. And Caden Finley, that one's trending to Notre Dame. Info is pretty hard to get there. They've kind of gone 0 dark 30 since the end of OVs. And I mean, this is also a kid who, like, he hasn't gone on record and given anyone quotes since I went out to his high school in May. And it's not because people aren't trying to hit him up. It's because he doesn't do those interviews or anything unless you get him in person. Some recruitments are just like that, where you got to go see him. You got to go get the story. But you can't do that during the summer because they're not in school, and Alito doesn't do state 7-on-7 either. So we're pretty much going to be off radar with him, or he'll be off the radar until 4th of July. And I mean, as of right now, we're expecting it to be a Notre Dame decision. So,
wow. That's 2 Texas legacies at receiver. That's tough. That's a tough break.
And I mean, I don't know. I still think Texas would have a shot to maybe flip Finley down the road, or maybe even get him ahead of July 4th. But I struggle to see that happening. And I mean, also part of that too, like, not only are USC and Oregon offering more, and it's not just because of the money. It's not. He's been up to Oregon like 4 or 5 times. Including the OV. He's been to USC like 10 times because he's been visiting his sister who goes there. And they're one of his first offers. And, it sucks for Texas fans. His dad's in the Texas Hall of Honor. His mom played basketball at Texas. But, you don't get them all. And I'm not going to be the guy in the market who will be like, hey, Tommy Brockermeyer was a Texas legacy, because Jalen Lott isn't Tommy Brockermeyer, and neither is Caden Finley. They're not even James Brockermeyer either, who was ranked lower, but had the way, much more successful career than Tommy. But it is what it is. They'll figure it out. Like Chris Stewart and Cohen Brown are 2 good takes. Based off the class you signed last year, you don't have to ask anything of them as freshmen. They have time to develop. And I always talk about it. You got to think about the budgeting part of recruiting. Texas spent a lot of money last cycle. They probably have around $2 million, maybe a little more, invested in last year's receiver class, probably in between 2 and 3 million, I'd guess. That's a lot of money. So trying to pay half of that for a Jalen Lott is not going to make sense, to play ball with USC or whatnot. So I'm very curious how USC is going to get this thing through the clearinghouse, or what loopholes they're doing, because the contracts and numbers that are getting thrown around by them added together 1,000% exceed the 15.1, rev share allotment. So I'm very curious to see how that'll work. And also, I don't think enough people are talking about how much more expensive portal players are getting because of the buyouts. A&M is apparently doing most of their players at a third for buyout. So, if you make $500,000, and you went in the portal with the year left on your contract, you'd have to pay A&M 150 or 160. I'm not great at math, whatever it is. But that's better than if you're at TCU, that's 250. So, and then of course, there's some G5s who are doing 100%. So it's going to get wacky. And have you seen the case with Miami and Wisconsin?
Yes, I have. With the corner, but there's basically a tampering lawsuit involved here, right?
Yeah, there is. But at the same time, I don't know how Wisconsin's going to win this thing, because they were they're tampering. They cheated with you. We're not putting you in the portal. They never put him in the portal.
Yeah.
And the kid, he has Darren Heitner, the lawyer who's all over Twitter for NIL, and I'll tell you what, these lawyers got blessed by NIL and the NCAA being the dumbest organization ever, because he has a new case with a big name client every week. But anyways, he had basically he has an antitrust lawsuit against Wisconsin, because y'all can't argue all this and bring this to court because you never put my client in the portal to begin with. And the way he got to Miami was he unenrolled from Wisconsin and enrolled at Miami after the portal window had closed. So now some people are arguing the portal doesn't even exist because you can just do that, like that kid did. But
yeah,
the NCAA, they which way they rule this is going to have an effect. I mean, people are always going to cheat. They're always going to tamper. It's the way this game works. But like if they take Miami side of it, you're pouring gasoline on the fire that has been like tampering and, you know, what has been NIL or college football under NIL, how it's been a shit show. So very interested to see, you know, how that ends up unfolding. Nice, CB. Rob said, Pac-12 returning, are they going to be considered anything more than another group of conference instead of a power conference? I think they got to be group of blank conference.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm trying to think of. I think
I probably agree with CB here too, or
I'm
with
trying to think of what conference would probably be better from a money standpoint. The American could probably contend with them from a money standpoint, but from a football talent, hey, we're going to be playoff contender standpoint. I mean, if you're looking at the Pac-12, it's really only Boise State and maybe a UNLV or a San Diego State that could contend for a playoff spot, right?
Yeah. Don't sleep on Utah State.
Okay. At that point, then you're talking about the American Conference. That's when you're talking about like the North Texases and the UABs of the world. Like, hey, don't sleep on those two schools.
Yeah, no, it's not much better, but it's.
I don't think Oregon State. I don't think Oregon State's going to be a playoff contender. I don't think so. I don't think Sac State will either. I mean, Sac State certainly has a lot of money that they're throwing behind the program, and Oregon State they've had some big key transfers, but I wouldn't consider. I don't know if I would consider them playoff contenders like I would a Boise State. You know, like Boise State is recruiting well. They have their NIL situation figured out, and they're retaining players too, which I think is the biggest thing.
One of the craziest things to me is like people don't realize that's where Taylon Green came from. Can you imagine if they had Taylon Green and Genty last year? If they kept both of them and not just one? Yeah, like that would have been nuts. In Sac State, what's the word with them? Isn't like the NCAA lockering them and telling them they can't be an FBS program?
There's some sort of money threshold that they have to reach before they can enter FBS. It's something to do with that.
Interesting. That's stupid. Yeah, I wonder what some of the Texas staff's thoughts are on Wazoo. It's where Jeff Banks and Chris Jackson went. I know there's a few other players and like random assistant staff members too. But hey, Wazoo, they still offer a bunch of Texas kids. So yeah. And I've thought about this too. And honestly, I mean, Jonathan Smith walked into a dog shit situation at Michigan State because of Mel Tucker and everything that has gone on there, and the lead up to him taking that job. But I honestly kind of thought he would have done more by now. Maybe I just had too high expectations.
Big Ten's tough, man. Like I feel like those dormant Big Ten programs, and not to say that Michigan State was dormant, they've had a couple of playoff appearances, but it's tough to walk into some of those Big Ten programs and win. Like think about PJ Fleck at Minnesota. He's been there forever, hadn't done shit. You could talk about
he has a decent win like once every 2 years.
Yeah. But it's like an 8-4, 7-5 campaign every year, and every coach in the world has gone to die at Nebraska. It feels like I think Rule could be the one to flip it around, but again, that's tough. That is tough to compete with when you have some of those schools, and it only gets harder when you have USC and Oregon in there too.
Yeah, and Washington. Don't sleep on them. Jed Fish has been doing a damn good job in 2026.
That's good to hear.
Like, they legitimately beat out Alabama for a quarterback. I'm not joking.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and so Alabama instead went and flipped the Iowa State commit. You know it's never good news when DeBoer is pulling a Tom Herman flipping the Iowa State commit. You know? Yeah. Iowa State QB commit. That didn't work out well for
flipping the Chucky left.
Yeah, for real. They don't know shit about Chucky left. No, the kid's name is Jet Tamala. Like,
okay, I know the kid. I saw a little bit of him at Elite 11.
Yeah, he's like a legit prospect. I think he's from actually Omaha originally, and Nebraska either didn't want to recruit him or they had I think Nebraska's Dylan Ariola's little brother committed in 26 at quarterback.
Donovan?
No, Donovan's the dad. Dayton's Dayton the little brother? Yeah, Dayton's the little brother. You get fact checked by Nebraska man here, Turbo.
Hey, Turbo's in the house.
Yeah, no, he over there dead on the bed, sleeping a little bit.
Rough night last night. One bed hotel room. Sorry.
Shut up, chill. You know what I meant. We got two queens, but yeah. Hey, Sparty. People forget Connor Cook under Michigan State.
Yeah,
those were the days. And Mel Tucker convinced them he was like worth $100 million extension off of giving Kenneth Walker like 30 carries.
Yeah, Kenneth Walker. Mel Tucker needs to give Kenneth Walker like half of his career earnings. That man birthed him.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. Hey, chill out, Patrick. We're not doing that. Yeah, hey, CB, I agree with you. Luckily, we don't have one of those. But
is that like the sliding ones? I hate.
Yes, and it doesn't seal all the way. So it's not good. That one's the worst. Man, Kirk Cousins, I remember him too in Michigan State.
Do you remember the bathroom that we had in Houston a couple of months ago, where
that was weird.
The wall literally like opened and you could see straight through? I mean, it was freaky.
That's what happens when you save up points and are trying to book a hotel and you go to the nicest one available. That's when you'll find random shit like that when they have like the see-through bathroom wall. Yeah. And that's exactly what we did.
Yeah,
it was the Houston one. So
not that there's anything wrong with that, but it was playing into Pride Month for sure.
All right. That was in May, so there you go. But no, what are you looking forward to about Cowboys and getting back to DFW here in a few weeks?
I mean, it's training camp. Like, there's nothing going on until then. I have two things that I'm keeping an eye on. One, the Micah Parsons contract. I don't think it's going to get done before camp as I sit right now. And then secondly, their second-round pick, Donovan Ezaraku, edge rusher from Boston College, personally my favorite pick in the draft, has not signed his contract. He is one of many, many second-round picks who have not signed their contract. So only 2 second-round picks have signed their deal, and the rest of them are holding out for more guaranteed money. And so the only 2 that have are Carson Schlesinger, who is the number 33 overall pick, and then the number 34 overall pick. I forget who it was, but those 2 guys got their guaranteed money, and the rest of them are holding out to hopefully get the same or close to more guaranteed cash. So keeping an eye on
teams doing this. Like, what the fuck are the Cincinnati Bengals doing with Shamar Stewart?
It's a little bit of both with Shamar, but you definitely have to see it from Shamar's perspective as well, that the Bengals are just kind of pissing down their leg. They don't know how to deal with contracts. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to put themselves in a situation where they don't have another standoff like they have with Trey Hendrickson right now. And Shamar Stewart's agent caught it. And also Shamar Stewart's being a little bit more difficult than he needs to be by holding out of OTAs and minicamp. Like, as a rookie, you can sign a participation waiver, still get paid without your contract, and until you sign it. So like Donovan Ezaraku, for example, for the Cowboys, signed a participation waiver when he first walked in, and he's competed in everything that the offseason has had for him so far. And when he signs that contract, he'll get a little bit of a bump just based on, what exactly his weekly salary was, but he's still getting paid. So it's strange. But I could have called that Shamar Stewart shit from January. I mean, that's a headache. That's a headache.
Yeah, it's hilarious too. Like, if y'all are gonna piss down y'all's leg with Trey Hendrickson and lose him, get an edge rusher in the first round that actually produces.
Makes no sense to me.
4.5 sacks though in college. First overall pick, baby.
Yeah, first round.
Yeah, that's what I meant. First round pick. But yeah, I know some of like the actual stuff, what's going on with the Bengals. Like, I've read it. It's just like, why don't they just give them the guarantees? It's not rocket science.
Yeah, it's really not. If anything, it's an indictment on how confident or how not confident they feel about the pick they made, if they're not trying to give those type of guarantees and take that clause out of the contract. But yeah, it's a fascinating situation. Very fascinating.
Yeah. CB said in 07, Michigan State had Nick Foles, Kirk Cousins, and Brian Hoyer in one quarterback room. I thought Foles went to Arizona. Did he transfer too?
Transferred.
That's right, because he got drafted out of Michigan State, or was it Arizona?
Arizona.
Okay, got it.
You know what other quarterback started in the Big Ten and is now finishing at Arizona? Braden Locke. Jacket fight never dies.
He's at Arizona?
He's at Arizona.
God, why would he go there?
I mean, it's a Power 4 setup. That's not a bad place to be. There's much worse places to be. I think it's a good system fit for the type of quarterback he is, too. I mean, they just throw the piss out of the ball, so it makes sense.
Brother, have you watched Arizona since Brent Brennan came in? He's the worst coach in the Power 4. I'm not joking. Like, he's been dog shit.
Yeah.
And they also returned their quarterback who's like T-Mac's childhood best friend or whatever. He's back. So, like, Locke isn't playing unless that dude snaps his leg.
Yeah.
So,
Fafita.
Yeah, Fafita. It's like, why wouldn't he just stay and be the bench warmer at Wisconsin? And also, like,
They pushed him out for sure. And he knew he was never going to get a starting opportunity there ever again. So go to another Power 4 program where you can maybe start one day. And he's still got like 3 years of eligibility left.
that's crazy. And that dude's the all-time touchdown passing leader in 6A.
Damn right. Jack
Not much longer. Now we'll see. I'm honestly kind of surprised Keelan Russell never beat that.
Yeah, because he was like a 3.5-year starter, damn near, right?
Well, this is hilarious. There's a kid that isn't even playing football anymore that Duncanville was starting. He was a senior quarterback when Keelan was a sophomore, and Keelan was his backup, the varsity backup. This kid on national TV versus ESPN tears his ACL like 3 different ways. It's just done for the year. He had one offer in Tech as an athlete. It was an athlete offer. His name is Jameer Wills. Snaps his leg on national TV. Keelan comes in versus Sock. They end up winning that game because they're just like, hey, we have Caden Durham in this O-line and you don't. Good luck.
Yeah.
And they won. The next week, they're playing Orlando Jones, the school, in Fort Worth at, I think, Clark Field or Clark Stadium on Fort Worth ISD.
Clark would be Plano.
Or no, yeah, it's not Clark. You'd recognize it, though. I've been there for games. I think it might have been Farrington.
Okay.
But it was hotter than hell. It was a doubleheader. That was the morning game. And I was there for Keelan Russell's first ever high school start. And he maybe was like 165 pounds, just skin and bones. He had like this 60-yard touchdown scramble. It looked like he was running in slow motion just because like his strides were so long and he was so skinny at the time, not nearly as athletic as he is now. But I remember, though, DeAndre Robinson, who signed with Texas in the 24 cycle, got out of his letter of intent and then ended up at Florida after Bo Davis left Texas. He was playing for that Jones team and had like 10 offers at the time. Texas was not one of them. There was an employee from Rivals who asked me if I knew who he was. And I'm like, no, but, that's obviously a power 4 D tackle. He's like 6'4" and 280. He has the look. And he's like, yeah, that's like a number 12 player in the country. I was like, you're fucking kidding me. Because I'm telling you, that kid was tapping out. Like, that's whenever Texas was actually recruiting DeAndre Robinson, I'm like, Bo Davis is taking the low-hanging fruit here. This kid stinks. And, like, he barely played at Florida, got tampered with from UNC, went and took the bag at UNC, and, like, he dipped out of Texas as soon as Davis got fired. Or he didn't get fired, left for the Saints. But with Robinson, I mean.
That homer spin. Sorry.
Yeah, shut up. Robinson literally, like, the whole Orlando Jones team was like throwing up and yakking water at times too during that game. And I'm like, man, like, what is going on here? Like, how are y'all not ready for this? Y'all knew what the forecast was going to be when y'all flew up here or whatnot. But
was that the infamous JIT game?
That was exactly that game.
Can we tell that story?
No, we're not doing that. I was wondering if you'd bring it up. We'll talk about it off record. Anyways, the second game from that day is the DeSoto St. Francis game when Trey Wisner and Jonte Cook's dumbasses were high-fiving and got hawked down on the kick return. That video went viral. Do you remember that? You know what I'm talking about?
I do not remember that.
Bro, that was the opening kickoff of the game. Jonte catches it on, like, the goal line, his goal line, and takes it all the way back. and it's him and Trey Wisner. Trey Wisner's running behind him as a blocker, and he speeds up, and they're like high-fiving from like the 15 to the 5. The dude, Trey Wisner, was supposed to block, runs up and hawks Jonte down and tackles him at like the 2. And so they end up scoring that drive, that opening drive, and we're up 7-0. Last points they scored the whole night. And St. Francis won like 63-7. They beat their ass. St. Francis's quarterback was Michael Van Buren, who's now the backup at LSU, started at Mississippi State. They had this kid named Deshaun Womack, who's going to be a starting edge for LSU this year. He was a 5-star, like 6'5", 270. Dog, they were giving him carries and asking DeSoto to tackle him.
Yeah.
And they were not.
You have to put Byron Washington at defensive tackle to even have a chance there.
Yeah, and you can just run around to him at that point.
Yeah.
But no, the DeSoto, I mean, they usually get in, like, they'll be getting their guys hyped up and talking shit, in warm-ups no matter who they're playing. They were really doing that to St. Francis. I remember being there with Jawan and being like, yo, this ain't Duncanville. These guys would beat Duncanville. And they can't even score 10 points versus Duncanville. Like, this ain't good.
I do have some Jonte Cook news. So caught up with somebody who's close to him and see how he's doing at Syracuse. Things have been going well for him, which I don't know how some Texas fans feel about Jonte Cook, but I'm personally still rooting for the kid. I think the kid has a good heart. He just kind of got led astray by some outside influences. But apparently he's doing well early on at Syracuse, and hopefully it stays on track.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Man, I wish it. Huh?
Hell of a talent. Would hate to see it wasted.
I wish it would have worked out in Washington.
Yeah.
Man, that would have been cold. That would have been cold.
Should have worked out in Texas.
Yeah. But I don't know. It didn't. And we both know, I guess, what happened. I hate to tease people, but he very much got in his own way, Yeah. And even at Washington, the stuff he got into, no one told him to go do the things he did. That was all his choices, and he suffered from the consequences of those choices. And hoping he can figure it out. Still a young man, and a lot of life left for him. This made me think of that photo of Arch, Ant Hill, Ruben Owens, and Jonte.
Yeah.
Only two of them left.
Is it?
Only two of them left.
Yeah.
But, hey, and Ruben Owens, he's doing well apparently, per a source. Is 100% back, should be ready to go. Him and Le'Veon Moss. They got one other kid, forgot his name, but they're going to have a 3-man rotation at running back for A&M. So we'll see how the Aggies do. And apparently Marcel Reed is a guy. Got looked at like I was crazy asking about Jacob Zeno. Apparently since he showed up, he's just been taking scout team reps. So
who's their backup? Is it the random kid they recruited last year?
No, it's
Houston Longstreet.
No, that kid flipped the week before signing day.
Oh, that's right.
To USC, and their staff was caught completely off guard. He had a brother who's a walk-on in the program. They took they took him in the off season going into last season from UC Irvine or some shit. And apparently the day after Husan Longstreet flipped to USC, his locker was cleaned out and he was done. So,
who told who to leave? That's the question.
What do you think? Yeah. So, but no. But at A&M, Marcel Reed is the starter. Miles O'Neill's, or it's Miles O'Neill or Zeno, and then the 4. God, I'm forgetting his name. I think Brady Hart, maybe. I don't know. They have a bunch of random names in there. One of them's a 3-star who reclassed, which never works out at the quarterback position. I don't know. Who saw Longstreet leave them at the altar actually screwed them, I think, because they they need a difference-making quarterback because people don't want to play in these kids, receivers, QBs, running backs. Well, running backs do, but receivers and wideouts do not want to play in his offense. And they're already Elko always talks about wanting to have a running the ball identity. That is unattractive to receiver prospects, especially when the school in Austin is having a receiver drafted each year. So like Holman Wiggins is cool, but like you can only recruit kids and like be like, yeah, I coached all these guys at Alabama.
Yeah.
Like eventually that's too long ago for these kids to care. And two, what is the point of making him like the highest paid or second highest paid receivers coach and bringing him in from Bama, doing all you did to get him when he's the receivers coach in a Colin Klein offense?
Yeah.
None of these kids want to play him, you know? So I'm fascinated to see how they do this year.
Their quarterback room reminds me of Oklahoma's quarterback room in that first year under Venables. It's like you're one injury away from a Davis Bevel start. Like it's bad.
Yeah,
it's bad.
They are. Man, I'm telling you, Marcel Reed got that whole fan base on some false hope. He threw 2 passes versus LSU, and they still won the game.
That's great.
They thought he was the man. And Nussmeier was also off that game. But hey, now the Aggies got to go to Death Valley this year, so we will see.
Gonna be a blast. I tell you what, LSU's roster that they've put together is quite entertaining, and also along the same lines. Did you happen to read the Shahan story on Texas Tech this week?
No, I didn't. I've seen everyone just with everyone in Tech. I'll read it at some point, but I saw it was like 5,000 words, and it's like, I am 1,000% not reading this in the back of a car on the way to state 7-on-7.
Understood. It's a good story. It definitely does take you about 20 minutes to read, but it's a good story, and it kind of maps out how Texas Tech might have a damn good shot this year at making some noise. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, sounds good. Never heard that before.
They did the CFB 26 team overall ratings came out, and they had the 6th highest overall rating, which I thought was. Wow. Yeah, they had the 6th highest.
Man, Joey figured out a way how to work the video game media too.
Yeah, he did. He sure did.
That's crazy. How are they that high? That
88 overall. They have some crazy transfers. They have some transfers that were like 85 plus in the game last year, and they're only going to go up. So, I mean, it's interesting. And the Big 12 is wide open. Like 4 teams have equal odds to win the Big 12 championship this year at the top. It's like Texas Tech. Who else is up there? I think Baylor might even be up there at the top. Arizona
ASU to some degree.
Yeah, and there's probably another one in there that I'm forgetting, but it's going to be wide open. Big 12 is going to be fun, man. It's as it is every year. It's just a bloodbath until you get to AT&T.
Yeah. Yeah, this sounds about right. Jake Bayless, why do you think they worship the ground Manziel walks on? That is true. That is true. Hey, anyone remember them Kenny Trill days?
Man, they thought he was
South Carolina's ass, and they thought he was the dude.
That opening Thursday night game against South Carolina, they were trying to make him Peyton Manning.
I mean, I'll tell you what, like that's how Texas fans would have treated Gerard Hurd had Nick Rose not fucked him versus Cal.
Yeah.
I mean, he broke Vince Young's records. I remember when they put that on the Jumbotron and turned him to my dad at like 12 years old and being like, yo, we got Vince Young again. Let's go. And he was like, nah, it ain't like that,
Like 4 years later, I'm seeing Gerard Hurd on the sideline at Denton Guy and be like, so what are you up to? And he's just like, yeah, And I'm like, okay.
What?
I saw Gerard Hurd on the sideline like 4 years later at a Denton Geyer game. I'm like, hey, man, like, what are you up to? And he just said, like, yeah, I'm just like, okay.
For sure, yeah. Man,
all right.
What's it called? One time I was at South Lake Carroll years back, and he was in there recruiting. Kenny Trill ran into him. And I'm like, that was when Cade McCrary was still at South Lake. And I was like, yo, is that Kenny fucking Hill? Does he coach at TCU?
Yep.
He's like, yeah, that's him. He's recruiting our guys. I was like, what? What?
Is he still QB's coach?
I have no idea. I think he's still on the TCU staff. That was his title at that point. But man, Kenny Trill, what a game. And honestly, with LSU, like they've hit the portal hard. They obviously have Nuss coming back, Caden Durham coming back, who's going to be a top 5 running back in the SEC. Take it to the bank. Aaron Anderson's coming back. Their tight end is Bauer Sharp from OU. He doesn't put fear in anyone's hearts. He stunk last year.
Trenches are really good, though. Trenches are fun.
No, they're starting like 4 new O-linemen, like Texas is.
Are they? You're right. Well,
they lost both tackles to the NFL.
They did lose both tackles.
And
they're going to upgrade at right tackle. Let me tell you, that kid was buns.
You didn't like Emory Jones?
I did not like Emory Jones at all.
Well, you know who's starting at right tackle?
Who?
Weston Davis.
That's an upgrade. That is by far an upgrade. Day one, Weston Davis is better than finished product Emory Jones.
Maybe. But, hey, BK at LSU, though, if they don't make the playoffs, his ass is probably fired.
It's going to be very strange to look back on that coaching cycle. What was it in was that 2022 or 2021 when all those coaches flipped around? You got Lincoln Riley going to USC, Brian Kelly going to LSU, and it was just setting the world on fire. Now, both of these guys could very well be fired in the same year. Same with Brent Venables.
Man, it'll be interesting. They got Barry and Brown and Nick Anderson too, and I'm forgetting they got one other decent portal receiver, and they'll have someone pop off that we didn't even know existed in the LSU receiver room. It happens every year, and that dude ends up playing in the NFL. Charlie Strong's last game at Texas was against Kenny Trill and TCU. Texas went outside, and Strong was fired a few days later.
Sounds about right.
Sounds about right. David Keith Williams said, Jordan Scruggs, I think Cohen Brown and Yaheem Riley can be difference makers for Texas. I think Texas needs dominant recruits with them, though. Do you think they will ultimately reach 4-star ranking? Cohen Brown, maybe, but I doubt it. And then kind of same with Yaheem Riley. I love both of them, but, unless they go absolutely bonkers, absolutely nuclear as freshmen as seniors this year, it's kind of hard to just project them into being NFL draft picks based off what we have. Everyone talks about how Cohen Brown runs a 10.79 or 10.69, whatever it is. There are some kids who run faster on the track than they do on the field. He does not play at 10.69. And on the flip side of that, Chris Stewart, who I like a lot, I think is actually a better prospect than Cohen Brown. He's only PR'd at 11-1 or something like that. And, his play speed is faster than Cohen Brown's, in my opinion. But hey, Nick, I know you got to go. So you got to bounce early. I'll see you good for Monday?
Yeah, we'll see you guys on Monday. Have a great weekend. Hey, they fucked up. They let us get to Friday.
There you go. I'd say I'll see you. I'll say I wouldn't really expect Cohen Brown or Yaheem Riley to end up as 4 stars. Would love to see it, though. That is true. Crystal ball to Miami. Did give him Kelvin Banks. People forget Cam Williams, too. He was also in that. They got him from that same thing. And then DJ Dog. So Lee, the guy from New Jersey who else announces today, Malachi Lee and Damari Simeon, I believe, are the only two, at least off the top of my head, I can think of. Malachi Lee is going to be Michigan or Texas. Right now, we think Michigan. We're not stupid. We've been in this job long enough to have a Texas commit story prep, though. So I guess take that for what it's worth. But we do think it'll be Michigan. And then Damari Simeon, there was actually a lot of Texas buzz earlier this week. Hank, he's kind of been our man on that for 24/7. Was hearing, a few different things to give us confidence, but Penn State stepped up to the plate, and I'd probably look at Penn State or Ohio State there for sure. And then Will just reminded me, Chase Calicut committing today as well over at OT7, their tournament or whatever in Florida. Still expecting that one to be Georgia. I need to figure out if I'm going to change my crystal ball or just take the L. I don't know. We'll see, because I do think there's a chance if he goes to Georgia, Texas could flip him down the road, and then I can just stay on the Texas pick, which is exactly what I did with Cade Phillips last year. So we'll see. But right now, I'm expecting Calicut to be Georgia. But hey, long way to go till signing day, just like this one says. Or no, it was Kelvin Banks and Cam Williams. DJ Campbell was always going to Texas. He announced it on February signing day, but he signed in December with Texas, and they just kept it quiet. But he showed up in the NCAA database for scholarships, so it did kind of leak. What else do we have here? Yeah, DJ Dog, I'm with you. I make fun of I have a buddy that's a very casual Miami fan, and I bring that up at least 5 times a year. So there's that. David Keith Williams said, seems everyone in Longhorn Nation likes Chris Stewart, which is great, but I'm just not sold on him. I had the same feeling about 2025 Texas corner signing Caleb Chester. Look, I'll tell you what. I know what you mean. I get what you're saying without saying it. He's a better prospect than Caleb Chester. And I know they're two different positions, but Stewart's a better receiver prospect than Chester is a corner prospect, if that makes sense. And hey, I'll call it what it is. I love these kids. I love these players. I love the gets for Texas. But like Chris Stewart, Cohen Brown, Miami Riley, those are budget takes. They are. And it's kind of how recruiting is now. It's just the way it is. Caleb Chester, he was also a budget take. So those can be great players. They usually have, end up with a longer collegiate career than a Chase Calicut, I guess. That would be far from a budget take. But I don't know. I don't really know what else to say besides Chris Stewart's legit. I think he's, a guy who can seriously be a draft pick one day. I love him. He's been the leading receiver in a loaded Shadow Creek receiving room since his sophomore year. He's been the alpha over there since his sophomore year. And I don't care that he hasn't. It's, sub 11 or whatnot. I love the player, love the makeup, and the mental eval on him is strong. He's a competitor. He knows he's ranked lower than all these other guys he's about to be in the receiver room with at Texas, and he doesn't give two shits. He's still going to go, 110% and bust his ass every day. And if you're a Texas fan, there's nothing more you can ask of him than that. Jose said, Jordan, any prospects that you have disliked as a recruit but then turned out to be elite at the college level, or is it usually what you see is what you get? This is hard off the top. There's definitely several I've been wrong on. I'm just trying to think. There's definitely been players I thought would be really good that haven't panned out. Like DJ Hicks, he has one more, or he's going into year 2. So I won't call him a bust quite yet. But he's got to do something this year or else something will happen with him. Micah Hudson to some degree, my guy. Hope he figures it out in Lubbock, but I don't know. We'll see. There's a few different names. I'm happy Klubnik has figured it out. I love Klubnik out of high school. I told people in the recruiting industry that because that was before I was in it when he was in high school, this should be the number one guy. He's going to be the number one pick one day, like y'all are tripping. And they were like, yeah, we see it, but he's good at number 5 or he's good at number 9. And hey, look at us now. He might be able to go number 1. We'll see. But Jose, I will try to think of some names over the weekend and then get back to you. Rob said, anyone who commits this weekend is still just a verbal, right? So it just keeps going. Verbals don't stop other schools from going after players. That is correct. These kids are just verbally committing. I'd say commitments are usually stronger than they used to be just because money's been agreed to, and obviously other schools can raise their offer so it dwarfs whatever the kid committed to. But for the most part, I do feel like we see less movement than we used to like 5 or 10 years ago just because these kids, have agreements with the dollar figures they'll be paid. So, yes, up until the first Wednesday of December, which is December 3rd this year, none of these commitments, really mean anything besides they verbally pledged and all that. So, yes, they still can flip. Other schools can go after their players. What else we get? Yeah. No, hey, Calicut's a great player, but Benjamin isn't bad at all. Like, if you're Texas, you're, choose which very projectable NFL safety you want more. You can't ever go wrong there. What? Yeah, there we go. I'm sorry, DJ Dog. I'm not sure if I follow. So the committee is considering stronger, so the commitment is considered stronger if they cancel other recruiting trips. Yes, for the most part, I would say yes. But there's also like a bunch of kids who, the traditional way of recruiting, they'll take on officials in the spring, they take OVs in the summer, and then they commit to a school in July, and they're done visiting other schools besides the school they committed to. So even though some don't like cancel other trips, it's because they never had other trips booked. So I'd say, yeah, if you're canceling your other trips, locking it in, you are a stronger, I'd say, recruit or commit or whatever. But yeah, hey, to finish it off, got to go prep to, or, we'll do one more. This will be the last one we hit on, last comment, before we go sweat our balls off in College Station at this tournament. But David Keith Williams said, if Texas does not get Atkinson, do you see him as more, or if Texas does get Atkinson, do you see him as more of a Mike linebacker than Bo Barnes? I think they're both true Mike linebackers. I'm not sure which would play, Will, but they would likely both start. Yeah. I mean, Atkinson can do anything. I think he's probably I know he's the highest floor linebacker in the class of 26. I think he's more ready to play than anyone in 26 a linebacker. And, honestly, if I think about it, he might be the most ready to play like high school linebacker prospect I've ever seen for the college level. Even comparing him to Anthony Hill, some of these other guys that, were splash playmakers, but didn't have the same. Like Atkinson is just so advanced mentally and even physically. And there's a lot of people who think he has a very low ceiling because his floor is so high and all the things he's done up to this point. But he's still a great player, a great take. So long story short, I don't really know what to say here. I think Atkinson is going to end up having more versatility than a Bo Barnes just because he's a twitchier and better athlete. But I mean, hey, Bo Barnes, he's still versatile. There's plenty of things you can do with him. Me personally, if I'm Texas and I had to pick between paying Atkinson life-changing money or Xavier Griffin life-changing money, I'm doing Griffin. There's a higher ceiling there. There's more to work with, more versatility when it comes to being an edge like backer tweener and blitzing, rushing the passer in a bigger frame. So I like Griffin more, think he's a better prospect, but Atkinson is currently the better player, if any of that makes sense. But anyways, to close it out, as Jake Bayless says, Congress is absolutely beside themselves so we got to Friday. This is crazy. I am not saying that part, Jake Bayless. But I do agree with you, but I'm not going to say it out loud. But anyways, we're going to get out of here. Y'all have a great Friday. Up next, we have this week's edition of the Horns 24/7 flagship podcast with Chip Brown and Eric Henry. The guys talk plenty of Texas football, Longhorn baseball, and more. Get over to the Texas Sports Unfiltered app to check that out. And, hey, Nick and I will see you on Monday. Y'all be safe. Y'all be good. And have a good weekend. Peace.